with the microphone at the discussion part. So again, right now we're waiting for Guntis to join our meeting again.
Redziet mani?
Jā, Gunti, dzirdam tevi.
Labrīt visiem.
The floor is yours.
Good morning for participants. I am high great pleasure, gratulated here, young historian from Tartu University, from Vitālijs Varnakovs University, and about this conference. 6 years ago, young historian from Valmiera Museum, you see that Alberts Rokpelns fund to way bring together experienced historians and new doctoral students. Together with researcher from Institute of History at the Latvian University, funded new tradition every year. Together bring in meet in Valmiera, in this very nice city, and this project was very successful and become a solid tradition. And I have materials from previous conference. It is readings from five conference in 2019 in Valmiera. Yeah, you see these books, and in this year we new reduction sex collection in this material from this conference was published in next year. No, it is very unfortunately when we can't meet not in Valmiera personally, but I hope in next year we meet personally in Valmiera. No, I wish you a great, very interesting this working day, a very interesting discussion, and meet in Valmiera in next year. And please send article from this conference for experienced historian in next year. Published sixth edition from these readings. Un tagad es varbūt I said 5 words in Latvian for colleagues. Man, protams, ir liels prieks tātad atklāt šo konferenci, un pagājušajā gadā bija jubilejas konferenci, un es toreiz sacīju, ka tā ir kļuvusi tiešām par vienu no tādām stabilākajām tradīcijām Latvijā, ne tikai starp jaunajiem vēsturniekiem, bet arī vispār starp vēsturniekiem. Un mums bija prieks atvērt tad arī šos te jauno vēsturnieku zinātniskos lasījumus 4. numuru. Ja pagājušajā gadā bija 5., tad tā bija jubilejas konference kaut kādā veidā. Šobrīd ir 5. rakstu krājums, ja, kas arī ir jubilejas rakstu krājums pēc būtības. Protams, ka man jāpiemina arī tātad valsts pētījuma programma, ar kuras atbalstu tad šie rakstu krājumi top un tiek izdoti. Protams, kad ir ļoti žēl, ka mēs nevaram satikties personīgi Valmierā, bet, ko var darīt, cerēsim tātad uz nākošo gadu, kad viss būs kārtībā, visi būsim dzīvi un veseli, un varēsim tikties Valmierā personīgi, tā skaitā arī mūsu ārvalstu viesi. Paldies jums, es tagad dodos lasīt atkal lekciju citiem studentiem, bet par citu tēmu, tā kā, lai jums laba darba diena.
Paldies, Gunti, jā, visu labu. Okay then, so now we're turning to the first session is related to archaeology, mostly. And I would like to ask to moderate this session to my colleague from the Institute of Latvian History, PhD, Kristīne Beķere. She is going to be a moderator for the first 2 sessions. Kristīne, are you here?
Jā, labrīt visiem.
Tad virtuālā grīda ir tava.
Tātad labrīt visi godātie dalībnieki. Es ceru, ka kaut kādā brīdī viss šis būs redzams arī YouTube. Cilvēki strādā, lai to nodrošinātu šobrīd. Un man prieks jūs sveikt 6. jau lasījumos, šoreiz gan šādā formātā. Pirmā sesija būs starptautiska, tādēļ mēs pāriesim uz angļu valodu. So, good morning, dear participants of this conference. I'm very happy to greet you already in the 6th readings for young historians. Well, the life is as it is, so we are meeting not in person, but in such form, something that has already become the new normal. If we think a short year ago, a conference online was something very, very extra. Today, it's kind of already, well, yeah, the new normal. So I'm happy that we can meet at least in such form. And our first session today deals with archaeology, prehistoric times, and a little bit of Middle Ages as well. I would ask the presenters to keep your time. You have 15 minutes for your presentation each. Please be exact. If you go very much over your time, I will try to signal to you that it's time to finish. Also, I would encourage all presenters to note down questions if they arise for other presenters. We'll have a discussion after all 4 people have presented their work, their research. So the first, I would like to ask Mārcis Kalniņš from the University of Latvia to tell us about Stone Age habitation around Lake Burtnieki, new discoveries and research perspectives, please.
So, good morning to everybody. I got some problems. It seems that I can't share my screen. I need permission. Albert, are you there? Who is moderating? So maybe you can grant me a permission in order to share my screen.
Albert? Just a moment. Okay, as we sort this one out, could we change the order of the presentations? Vanda, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I can do it, yes.
Yeah, so please, we will start with the second presentation in the line as first, which is a collaboration of Vanda, Visocka and Mārcis Kalniņš, both from University of Latvia, and also on a case study of Lake Burtnieks on the pottery. Please, Vanda.
Yes, okay, thank you. I will share my screen. So, okay, wait a minute. Sorry. So, okay. So, okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we see
okay,
it.
Great. And can you see my cursor? It's quite crucial. My bullet that I'm showing.
At the moment.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Well, anyways, I'm going to tell you about researching clay beds and how to research the provenance of the pottery in several regions today. I hope it will be interesting and very thought-rising. Before that, I would like to thank Alberts and his colleagues for making this conference happening and continue this lovely tradition. I had an honor to participate in the first session of scholarly reading, so I'm very excited that it's still ongoing and the themes are always very, very nice and interesting. Thank you for that. Okay, before my presentation, I would like to say that this is an ongoing study, and a part of this material will be published in my PhD and several publications. So the aim of this paper is to give an insight of resource availability and pottery provenance study in prehistory and actually other times as well, medieval maybe someday in the future, but for now we're going to concentrate on the prehistory part and inhabitants and what kind of materials are available in this case for pottery, for making the pottery. So the basic is that you need a clay for making a pot. So, and we have three areas of study, which one is the lake Burtnieks. You can see it on the right, on the up of the map, because I cannot really show it. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Ah, such a sneak peek. I'm sorry. So, and of course, in the Riga region, Duola Island and Burtnieks and Duola Island are two micro-regions with a very large and intense inhabitation. And of course, Western Courland, Middle Western Courland, where for now, concentration of inhabitation has not been discovered yet, but I believe that there are quite many micro-regions. So what did we do in order to collect clay and prepare it for analysis in order to compare it to pottery? So first thing we did, we surveyed these regions, and not only with the help of maps and everything, but also with the help of local inhabitants, which we interviewed and asked where the clay should be, because even if the local person don't really use the clay, they always know where the clay is. That's the interesting part we understood, distinguished in several regions. So we did it in 2019 and 2020. And for further analysis, we collected a few clay samples which were quite plastic enough. Some of them were not, but for the main tendency, we still collected them. And for further analysis, we prepared clay briquettes, which we crushed before and added distilled water. The bottle, it's not a paid promotion, but it's just that it was the one who was available. So we burned them on at 700 degrees Celsius, because that is the maximum approximate temperature of pottery burning in open pits. So that's the temperature. So mineralogically and by chemical properties, it would be similar. So we could actually compare them chemically and mineralogically to the vessels, because we cannot do it with raw material. Other things we did, we weighed them, dry, wet, and fired. Also the same thing for the Munsell color. And of course, we did feeling of the clay test, which will be a nice addition of the subjective feelings after we would do a geophysical analysis of liquid limit and plasticity limit. And then afterwards we will calculate the plasticity index. So how much water do you need for a clay sample to be plastic? So therefore, we could actually later on calculate the amount of water which is needed to make a vessel from different clays. So really interesting topic. A little bit economy comes in there. But for now, we have not done that yet. So I will not really tell a lot about this. So on the left down below Mārcis, you can see fall cone test, which is liquid limit test. So that's the beginning of that. We have started it. We have not yet finished it. Of course, next thing is X-ray fluorescence spectrometry, where we are going to which we use to determine the chemical composition. So I compared 17 chemical elements. So some of them were the main ones, silicon, aluminum, iron, and the rare ones like zircon and titanium at the end. And of course, we did it for clay and pottery for comparison, and of course mineralogy, so which is petrographic analysis for pottery and clay, doing thin section analysis. So still have not done that yet, but I will do later on, and I really hope for good results. When I say I mean we. It's really difficult to talk in plural. So the results, the first results are a region of Daugava Island, which actually was my favorite place to survey. So this is a clay-rich region, and we overall collected 12 samples from different areas of Daugava River, and you can see we collected one clay sample which is 100% not used in pottery production because it's full of gypsum. You can see it on your right, the fourth picture. So it's full of gypsum because it's a deposit of gypsum, and where is gypsum, there is clay. It's a good clay, but it's full of gypsum, so it's not usable ever. So we also mainly collected the samples next to the river Daugava because it's the area where by folklore people could have collected clay samples. So it's easier to drive through the river and collect clay samples, which is a heavy resource, and go back to the site. You can see on Daugava Island that there is a question mark. By reports, there is a large Devonian clay deposit, but the other ones which we found were quaternary, mainly moraine, very plastic. And the interesting part is you can see it everywhere. In Salkan, you can see it just laying there on top, and it has been really purified by the river and the waves, so it could be very, very usable. This sample was very plastic, very good. You will see it later, the results of chemical analysis. So these resources are quite close to all the settlements as well, so it's just really easy to collect. However, we have to take in mind that there has been many water power plants built, and the way how Daugava River looked was quite different. Now you can see that there was dolomite cliffs around, so it changes. Well, we were not really expecting to get any real clay sample which has been used, just to maybe survey and to understand the tendencies. So, but you can see that on Daugava Island, there was not that many cliffs. There were, of course, you can see it on Daugmale. But however, there was some parts where you can maybe not collect it that smoothly or collect it better. So it depends. We don't know. The next thing is XRF results. Really quickly, you can see the group 3.1, where Daugmale clay and Saulsdārs clay has been used for vena counts and tooth counts. Vena counts would be 6, and then tooth counts would be 2 on Daugava Island. These clay sources most likely were used or are very chemically very similar to the clay beds, so possibly have been used. This is a really good result. You also see the Kalniņš, the really fine clay which has been purified by Daugava River, SLKL. and Sauriashi clay sample, those two green ones, green ones, so they have not been used in the samples we have obtained in the study. So if we talk about Western Courland, so clay is quite semi-rare. It's not such a good quality. We collected 5 samples, and however, we found 2 quaternary clay deposits. But they are mostly bad quality with carbonate. When we were talking to the local who actually is building stone tiles, you can see it on your right on the bottom. There is carbonate concretions there, so it is difficult to fire them in a high temperatures. However, it does not mean you cannot make a pot from this type of clay. However, mineralogy, looking at mineralogy, this clay deposit is very close to Krievkāns Hillfort, and I have made thin sections for Krievkāns Hillfort pottery, but I have not found carbonate concretions. So most likely this has not been used in order to make pottery. It's sad because it's a very close deposit, quite large deposit for this Hillfort. So if we look at the chemical composition, we can see that for Pottery Hillfort, that clay deposit, which was next to Krievkāns, which with carbonate concretions, was used, probably was used for this vessel buildage of Pottery Hillfort. However, we still have to make thin sections and see if there is carbonate concretions. For now, I cannot interpret it more clearly. And on your right, on your left, you can see all the rest of the clay sources. So they have not been used in the pottery production as well. So we did not really find a clay deposit which has been used. And last but not least, we have Lake Burtnieks, and I really hope that Mārcis would go first. So this would be a really nice addition. But overall, together with Mārcis, we surveyed Lake Burtnieks, and not only with his stray finds and possible sites, settlements in this region, we also surveyed clay beds. So this, I think, is a really good future perspective to not only survey the finds and possible settlements, but also to study environment and possible resources in order to find the clay beds. So what we can see here, you can see the Neolithic sites and Mesolithic sites. They are quite close to all the clay clay sites we found. 2 of them are actually quaternary clay deposits. You can see them on the lower part of the pictures. So it was really a jackpot. So the left one, these are the last sentences. The left one is used by a local, were used for in pottery kilns in 17th century. It has been partly dug out, so it's not that good of a quality. And the left one is used by locals to build bricks. So, of course, ongoing study on Lake Burtnieks. I really hope that we will be able to make a publication from Lake Burtnieks results, maybe publish it in here. So, on conclusions, small clay deposits were found nearby all settlements in all research areas. However, mostly medium quality moraine clay in small amounts can be found in surroundings. In the region of Courland, it was harder to find a good quality clay or moraine clay than in Dole and Lake Burtnieks area. So Daugava and Sausdārs clay potentially could have been used by Vienakāns Hillfort potters. However, other hand, Klugas clay, which is next to Krievkāns Hillfort, has potentially been used in Padura's clay vessels. So, and further geophysical analysis and ethnographic studies should be needed. So this is now ongoing study. Thank you for your attention. that's all from my side.
Thank you very much. We will leave our questions to the end of all of this session after all the 4 presentations. So if you have any questions, please write them down so you don't forget them, and we will have a chance to ask them to our presenters. So Mārcis, is it sorted out? Can we put you next?
So it seems that, yeah, there was a problem with the...
But it was almost on, I think. Please try once more.
Yeah. There's something... So hopefully you can see my screen now. So now we can...
If you have two accounts, please turn.
Sorry, there's still some small problems. Okay, now hopefully you can see my presentation now.
Yes, we can.
Yes. So the first thing I want to say that I'm really grateful for the opportunity. If I'm not mistaken, it's already 5th time for me to do the presentation in this conference, and this time, of course, unfortunately, or maybe in luck, it's virtual. So let's start. Today I will talk about the Stone Age habitation around Lake Burtnieks, new discoveries and research perspectives. Lake Burtnieks is the fourth largest lake in Latvia. It's located in northeast part of the country, and from the Stone Age research point of view, it's one of the most important regions, not only in Latvia, but in whole Eastern Europe and Northern Europe as well. Most of our participants and listeners of this conference, hopefully, I really hope, have heard about Zemītis Stone Age cemetery, the largest and most widely excavated Stone Age burial ground in North Europe, and Rīņukāns, the only shell midden or Kuchenmedding in Eastern Baltics. These 2 sites are located directly on the shores of Lake Burtnieks. However, those are not the only Stone Age sites that are connected to the lake. In this presentation, I want to introduce the audience with the previously known Stone Age sites along the shores of lake, as well present the first data from the latest 2020 survey that we conducted in September, and discuss a little bit about the future research perspectives and possibilities. So, for better understanding about what we already know about a habitation, the first thing that we need to look is the data or sites about what we already have information and where actually they are located. So the first time when Lake Burtnieks was mentioned in a context in 1865, when Konstantin Kaspar Andres Greving, professor of mineralogy at Tartu University, in his work, that was his first major work, Das Steinalter der Ostprovinzen Liv Est and Courland, published a description about the 4 artifacts from surroundings of Lake Burtnieks. 2 of them you can see on your screen now. So those are 2 stone axes, one more stone axe from Olleri Manor, 2 from these 2 are from Ostrovinski, or nowadays we know it as Košķele Manor, and 1 more stone implement from Pantene. As we know today, these stone axes that you can see now, most probably they could be attributed more to the Bronze Age than to the Stone Age. However, that was the first time when this lake was mentioned in a Stone Age context. Already in the 19th century, there were 3 sites discovered in next to this lake, and the first one is Rīņukāns, where already in beginning of 1870s, first bone fragments and some other finds were found. And in 1874, Count Zivas conducted the first excavations in Riņukāns. Those were the first excavations in the Stone Age site in Governorate of Livonia, that is present-day territory of Estonia, and Vidzeme, northern Latvia. At that time, Count Zivas actually was the person who, let's say, discovered Zemītis site as well, because he collected the first flint finds there, and he actually was the first person who mentioned the burials next to the Zemītis farmhouse as well. If we talk about the Riņukāns, then already in 19th century, several times at the end of the 19th century, still there was excavations, and in the beginning of 20 as well, and during the Second World War, 2 years, Edward Sturms was excavating that site, and the latest research from 2017 and 18 has proven that this site started already in the late Mesolithic, in the middle of 6th millennium BC. However, Medan by itself was formed somewhere around 3,400, 3,300 BC. And here I need to mention that all excavations conducted in the Shell Midden was conducted actually in the Shell Midden, not the site that is around it. And however, we know from the past reports and excavations in 2011 that there is the Shell Midden is surrounded by settlement site. So returning back to the Zemītis, it was discovered already at the end of 19th century, but most extensive excavations in this site led by Francis Zagorskis took place between 1965 and 68, when Stone Age burial ground was excavated together with two settlement sites next to it. As well, in the beginning of 2000s, the quite extensive excavations second time happened there. And interestingly, that in 2006, during the survey led by Valdis Bērziņš, were discovered that the Mesolithic site, Mesolithic site is larger than previously estimated before. So it's actually this up to 1.1 meter thick cultural layers continues approximately 250 meters to the northwest from the Zemītis house. And actually, it seems that during the Neolithic period, this was quite large habitation site. The third site that was discovered in 19th century is Courland. That's a site directly on opposite side of the bank of Salaca River, and it was discovered in 1877 by German paleoanthropologist Rudolf Ludwig Karl Virchow, who took place in the Riņukāns excavation at that time, and he visited other bank of the river and collected first Stone Age finds there in Courland as well. The first excavations there was conducted in 1943 by Edward Sturms, and in 44 as well. During those 2 years, 6-day excavation time, he collected finds that proved, at least from as he saw, that could be attributed to the Neolithic period, mainly Combe and so-called Riņukāns, were Middle Neolithic pottery. In 2003, small-scale trial excavation led by Ilga Zagorska happened again in Courland, and during those excavations, unfortunately, they couldn't find the undisturbed layer, Stone Age layer there. So, however, according to the finds, they estimated that the most probably this site was habited around the same time as Riņukāns. In the 20th century, actually, officially, there was discovered only one site that could be connected at that time to the lake, and it was Braukšas 1, where in 1966, led by Francis Zagorskis, took place the small test excavation, test pit basically, and then they found ceramics there. And in 2004, again, during the archaeological survey, so a few test pits were made there and found quite a large amount of animal bones, flint rocks, and around 140 pieces of ceramics. And that was the situation actually till the 21st century that we knew about the lake and its habitation. From 2000 till 2003, geological investigation of ancient lakes Burtnieks shoreline were conducted by Guntis. And actually he concluded one thing, that the lake initially was approximately and more than 3 times larger than it's nowadays. And the highest level of coastline of Lake Burtnieks is around 47 meters above current sea level, and it corresponds to the late glacial, and therefore the first habitation and first people appeared on lake shores at that time when water level was already a bit lower. We're talking about 46, 45 meters, and the Zemītis Mesolithic site and oldest burials there, the earliest phase of the burial ground correspond to water level lower actually than even 45 meters, and Neolithic period settlement Zemītis correspond to the level around 42 meters, if we want to precise 41.9 meters. So taking account new geological discoveries, first systematic surveys around the lake were conducted in 2001. During these surveys, new Stone Age sites were so these sites were Kalniņš, that was attributed to the Mesolithic period, Košķele 1 and 2 settlements, so Neolithic and Mesolithic sites. And in 2001 were discovered as well 4 stray finds around the lake, as you can see, the red diamonds. During the next 10-day long survey led by Ilga Zagorska again in 2003 were discovered and test-pitted 3 more sites, Līdaciņas, Jaunrūnas and Braukšas 2. And excavation in Braukšas 2 were continued in 2007 and 2008 by Ilga Zagorska and Valdis Bērziņš. So that's the situation that we know up until 2020. So it's around 13 sites. And thanks to initiative from Renewcount's project that we started to think about, and actually we wanted to try to connect these sites together and see the actual intensivity of habitation around the lake. And thanks to new LiDAR data that were published earlier in 2020, we got an opportunity and possibility to do much precise and much faster these models of water level according to the sites that we know already, and this led to idea that we need to continue this survey. So therefore in September 2020 we conducted 10-day long survey around the lake, and main thing that we took in account was actually the specific landscape and the specific landscape markers in a model that we created in GIS from these LiDAR data. So we were looking specifically for small bays, river deltas, islands, and peninsulas, knowing that these habitation sites that already has been discovered were basically located on such places. So here you can see that the difference between different water levels and the possible places of surveys that we actually visited and looked for the materials. So main methodology this time was, as I already mentioned, specific search of specific landmarks. Actually, during the survey, we did a visual evaluation of landscape for suitability for the Stone Age habitation, because not all the places actually are suitable for the Stone Age habitation. One more thing that we do was evaluation of topsoil on potential habitations, places, and sites, because we have from the previous researches, we know that people preferred actually more gravel places, more sandy places than places with more clayish topsoils. What we did a survey on open fields and areas close to the known sites to see if maybe there are kind of possible satellite sites or specific areas around already known sites that could be called as like new sites or specific working areas. And one more thing that we started is mapping of resources, that's flint, ochre, and clay. And about the clay, already you heard from the Vanda that we took several samples, and I'm really looking forward to see the results from that. So the results from 2020 survey, in totally we collected around the lake 100, a bit more than 1,500 finds. That's include 120 around lithic finds, but those are artifacts and geofacts. So some of the finds, it's very hard to say if it's natural, geological, or maybe artificial, especially if you are collecting the finds on the plowed fields where the heavy machinery has crushed some of the local flints. So those shutters, we really can, if we look objectively on them, they are more geofacts than artifacts. So, but the first preliminary analysis and evaluation of lithic finds revealed that 46 from the finds are possible artifacts, and those artifacts are more or less from 8 sites. So for the thing that we found is that most probably there will be 4 new places, potentially new habitation sites, where are several these possible artifacts found. One place which is close to Kalniņš, who is kind of most probably connected with previously discovered, as I mentioned, this site. And in 3 places we can say that there are 3 new sites that could be seen as trade find places. So moving onward and to the end of my presentation, these all ideas and new data that we have collected raised new questions and actually future research perspectives as well. The most crucial thing at the moment is that we are lacking the C14 dates from or absolute chronology about the most of the sites. C14 dates we have, and precise C14 dates we have from Zemītis and Riņukāns. All other sites at the moment actually are without absolute dating. So dating based is the dates for those sites are based only on typological groups of the finds. The second thing that's future perspective and about what we can think is how these sites are linked together, because at the moment we have very large sites like Zemītis, Braukšas, and some smaller sites, but we can't see how they were linked during the Stone Age. Approximately at the moment we have 20 sites around this lake, but we are not sure if they all correspond to one society or several ones, and during what time of period. And even such easy question as was Riņukāns burials or people connected to the Zemītis? We don't know it. So that's one of the research perspectives for the future. The one more thing that is actually lacking at the moment is a small single context site that actually could give more information about material and allows to evaluate the possible different activity sites. And one more thing, if we think and taking in mind that there is almost 20 sites, that the small and the count of burials are too small for such intensive habitation, because we know from Zemītis that earliest phase, habitation earliest phase is 9000 BC starts. The first burials there are from 7600 BC, and the tradition to bury people there continues till 2600 BC without interruption. So we know that people was living there all the time next to the lake, but that means that there should be much more burial grounds or burials in the habitation sites that we just at the moment haven't found. And the last thing is actually we are lacking at the moment the knowledge about the main resource distribution. We are talking about local flint, clay, ochre, and that was the first steps during this last 2020 survey that we took on this path to try to understand from where places people from where actually they could get their resources, and to understand for better understanding of this actually could discover new sites that are more connected to the specific field of everyday life. For example, something like extraction sites of clay or extraction sites of the flint, and so on. So that's the first results. Thank you for your attention, and I'm really grateful to Cultural Capital Foundation for financing this survey, and for all our international team, Kerko Norquist, Ivar Kviska, Irina Krustaleva, and our students Justīne and Anna, and Vanda, of course, who took part and did a really great job. And we are planning actually to continue this research next year. And as we know, next year the Lake Burtnieks already will be a part of Valmiera County. So I'm really looking forward to cooperate with the Valmiera Museums and Valmiera, the head of Valmiera County, to try to shine the light, let's say, to the new possibilities and to see how this place fits and how actually it is more important that even we think before, and how we can connect it to the other places and the places that we know already, or habitation sites that we already know together in this region. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. You have really a wide possibility for future research here. But now we will give the floor to our colleague from Estonia, Freydis Ehrlich, who will tell us about the arrival of chicken in the Baltics. So please, Freydis, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you see everything?
Yes, we see your presentation, right?
Good. My name is Freydis Ehrlich, and I'm a PhD student in University of Tartu. I'm doing my PhD on bird bones in zooarchaeological material, and today I will present what we know about the arrival of chicken in the Baltics. And also my presentation, or this presentation topic, will be a part of my PhD thesis also. But more precisely, what the topics for today's presentation is, I will talk a little bit about what is known about the domestication of chicken as a background information. Then I will introduce you my study of when and how did chicken arrive to Estonia, which is based on a paper that we are currently working on with my co-authors. Next, I will talk about what are the possible meanings of chicken. Has chicken always been food? And the last topic, the first topic, I'm sorry, is how to study this topic at all. So, how to investigate the history of chicken? As I understand that not all of you are archaeologists, then few words more about this. In most cases, everything left of a chicken or any other animal is just a skeleton, but not this nicely intact skeleton, but rather few bones or one bone of one animal. And what I did was that I found chicken bones published before, which were presumably the earliest in Estonia. I re-identified those, and I also found some new chicken bones of relatively early archaeological context. And then we radiocarbon dated the bones that actually were chickens. And with few birds, like turkeys, it is possible to use also written sources, but with chicken, it's not possible because chicken arrived in this region much earlier than the first written sources. But now the background information of domestication, actually not too much is known about this topic. We know that the chicken was domesticated from red jungle fowl and then had some hybrids with other jungle fowl species, for example, gray jungle fowl. And they are probably from southern or southeastern Asia. As you can see, the colored areas in the map are the native places of these birds. Ancestors, but also domestication in China is possible. And the most secure first domesticated birds are from Indus Valley, India, from 4500 till 4000 BCE. But in the literature, you can also see another earlier dates, but they are not always confirmed from other scholars because in many cases, the bones have turned out to be someone else, for example, pheasants. And these misidentifications are actually a big problem that I will talk about later also when we are arriving to Estonian material. But before going to Estonia, I will introduce what is known in our region. This information is based on publications of other scholars. And as we can see, the earliest chicken in our region is from Sweden, from 1st century BCE. Denmark is also quite similar, from 1st to 4th CE, so also quite early. In Scandinavia, Finland and Norway are much later. Finland 8th century CE and Norway 9th century CE. And about this region here, we don't know too much because in Baltic region, bird bones are not identified as much. But we know that in Lithuania, the first at least published chicken bones are from 5th to 9th century CE. And in northwestern Russia, the information is from Stare Ladoga. Those are from 9th to 10th century CE. But it seems from the publication that the birds were quite abundant already in this time period. So probably actual arrival of chicken is earlier. I sadly don't know much about the Latvian info because there isn't much published on chicken. And now I will go to Estonia. Before, it was thought that the chicken arrived here during pre-Roman Iron Age or Iron Age, which is 500 BCE to 450 CE. And I took these sites, I re-identified those bones that was published as chicken, and I also found some new sites with the chicken bones that wasn't published before. And altogether I had 11 sites. Of those, 3, as you can see, are these blue triangles. Those turned out to be Western Sappersill or black girls instead. So no chicken in these 3 sites, but other sites were actually chicken bones. And the reason why those were misidentified is shown in this slide. As you can see, this is chicken bone, this is black girls, and this is western sappersill. And this bone is a male. The female is quite the same size as those two, which means that they are very similar, and if the bones are fragmented, they are very easy to misidentify. And also the bones published before was published almost some of them 20 years ago. So 20 years ago, we didn't have as good reference collection as we have today, because it is a very, it takes a long time to collect animals and birds and to make collection. And also 20 years ago, not all the identification keys that I have today wasn't available or even written that time. But we radiocarbon dated the other bones, and it turned out that this hypothesis of scholars made long time ago in Estonia was actually correct. We do have more precise radiocarbon dates already, but I can't talk about them yet because we haven't published those. So hopefully soon they will be readable in a paper. But another good thing about radiocarbon dating those bones was that some of the bones also was radiocarbon dated to Middle Iron Age, and we don't have too much osteological information from Middle Iron Age. So it was very good to see that we have some specimens from this time period, which seems that we have had the chicken from this first arrival till today. And from late Iron Age, we already have many of those birds. They are the most popular bird since that time period. But how did the chicken arrive to Estonia is a very good question, because we don't actually even know how did it arrive to Europe. Two routes, via Russia and via Mediterranean route is proposed. None of them are actually confirmed, but some scholars think that this route is more likely because the ecology is more similar than the domestication place, and also they have in this area quite early, for example, coins or vases with chicken on it, or in first century they have also first century BCE, they have chicken also mentioned in written sources. But to Estonia, in pre-Roman Iron Age and Roman Iron Age, Estonian area had the context with at first Finland and Sweden, and as we saw, Sweden one is also quite early. Also later in that period, Estonia had contacts with Volga region, but it is not too. They had first chicken later for 4th to 7th century, as it is known so far. So at the moment, it doesn't seem so good place to have it to Estonia, but more similar is this Central Europe. So maybe it arrived here to Central Europe, but this is only an assumption so far. We don't have anything confirming it. Especially Baltic region should be studied more to have more information on this side. And why is the last question. Chicken has had many purposes through time. At first, the symbolic meaning was very important, and it might have had symbolic reasons even later, because at the beginning of the Middle Age we have eggs or chicken in the graves, and I know that something similar is also in Lithuanian material. So the symbolic meaning can be parallel with the meat, but it is thought that the main reason for domesticating chicken was actually cockfighting and something sacrificial also. And only later eggs and meat became important. And as a conclusion, chicken was domesticated Southeastern Asia or China, and the first secure chicken is known at least from 4500 to 4000 BCE. First chicken in Estonia is from pre-Roman Iron Age or Iron Age, more precise dating in forthcoming paper. Unfortunately, I can't tell the results because we are still working on it. And it is unclear from where the bird arrived to Estonia, and we should work more with other Baltic countries to find this out and have a more clear picture. And first domesticated for religion and cockfighting, eggs and meat become important later, but it is very hard to say what was the meaning of the first chicken in Estonia. Was it religion or was it meat? We don't know, but if it was very rare at the moment, then probably it had some kind of value. Thank you. Thank you for listening, and thank you also for organizers.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting insight into our favorite food. So, and as now to the last presentation of this session. So I give the floor to Margarita Novikova. We now go from archaeological times to Middle Ages, and Margarita, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. I will share the screen. Can you see the screen? No? Oh, okay. So I will be presenting the topic of political aspects of introducing religious reforms in Livonia and an overview of discussions in the years 1548-1554. Thank you for the opportunity to do that in this conference. Regarding the title of the conference, one of the most important events and processes in the history of early modern Europe in early modern times is the Reformation, and it had a big impact on the history of Livonia as well. And the two major events that are almost always mentioned when describing the course of the revitalization of Livonia are the assembly of the Livonian estates in North Varna in 1552 and the Livonian Diet of 1554, where the religious freedom is considered. Yes?
Margarita, I'm sorry, we hear you very badly. It's like kind of noise. Do you have maybe something going like video on the other broadcasts or something like that?
No.
Because it somebody else in the participants has. Please everybody. Okay, I found it. Please everybody check your microphones and mute them.
Okay, where do I have to start from the beginning, or where did you hear or not hear? Can you hear me?
Yes, it's better now.
Okay, so the diets 1552 and 1554 are well known in the historiography because they are considered to have proclaimed the religious freedom in Livonia. Their narrative function is quite clear, however, these well-known events and the agreement texts haven't actually been studied or explained in detail. And in this presentation, I will turn to their political context and causes, as well as the meaning of the agreement texts regarding the topic of religious reforms. This will allow to build on existing body research on the political history of the Reformation in Livonia, since the modern historiography has largely established that the Livonian politics were to a great extent religiously indifferent, and in the mid-16th century, the religious question was considered a political problem as well, and the information in Livonia has been mostly researched from a standpoint of political history. Here I will present the first and structurally the most simple but most important thesis of the research, which describes the development of the situation between the years of 1548 and 1554. And I argue that the Augsburg interim of 1548, the political situation that it created and was associated with, in the following years, the opportunities are created to decide the religious question, as well as the complications and the pressure of the emperor's politics influenced the situation in Livonia up until 1554. It motivated discussions and led to several assemblies in the territories, as well as between the landlords that are otherwise well known but weren't considered interconnected before. And starting with the beginning, the insinuation or the official presentation of the Augsburg interim, which was the religious law of Emperor Karl V that was proclaimed for the Lutherans until the decision of the Church Council, so that they would be more like the old estates of the Empire. Was publicized in Livonia, or publicized to the landlords of Livonia in November of 1548. And the first discussions happened over correspondence during local assemblies in early 1549. While the administration of the order was met with quite a strong opposition and was motivated by which was motivated by the Lutheran arguments against the interim, as well as it considered the relationship with the emperor as the most important political factor, and it's shown in previous research. The main political considerations of the Archbishop Wilhelm of Brandenburg were connected to the strange relationship with both the emperor and the order. And from the beginning of the discussions, Wilhelm of Brandenburg saw the interim as a question of common discussions during the diet, but his growing fears about the decision that the order could meet and how could it harm his political position motivated Wilhelm to write a letter rich in rhetoric and historical arguments to the master Hermann of from Burtnieks. Sorry, I just noticed that I'm not full screen mode. Master Hermann von Burtnieks in January of 1549, and now he tried to persuade the master that the interim was an advantage of his politics and a disadvantage of the order by, among other arguments, proclaiming that the enforcement of the interim and the whole decision was incompetence of the prelates and the assembly of the prelates rather than the diet. And in February of 1549, the master, Johann von der Recke, rejected these accusations while also making it clear that the introduction of religious laws of any kind in his lands was a matter of inner politics and government of the order, and a well-decided one, although I didn't state explicitly which decision was made. And in fact, this was postponed due to the business of the new master von der Recke didn't take place until even early 1551. Although the assembly of the prelates did convene in July, the results were unknown, but we know that the Bishop of Dorpat, for example, had proposed a common diet as well. And the master, on the contrary, expressed his approval of the assembly of the prelates, while simultaneously writing to the archbishop that he was thinking of enforcing the interim in his lands, and showing that this decision was, again, an inner political matter of the order and incompetence of the commanders of the order. So although through a rhetorical cause and perhaps showing exaggerated reactions, this epistolar exchange shows that two decision-making models were recognized by the political actors in Livonia. First, the decision could be made by common diet, whereby the prelates would have more influence. And then there was a separate model where the order would decide independently. This was determined by the historical conflict between the archbishops and bishops about the ecclesiastical jurisdictions in the lands of the order and the independence of the order. The available sources began on February 1551, when the court session regarding the dispute between the Archbishop, the Cathedral Chapter of Riga, and the town of Riga gathered in Roma or Vanda. These negotiations were a direct consequence of the political situation in the empire. The dispute of Riga was renewed in 1549 because the Archbishop could turn around the accusations of the Emperor Karl V regarding his support of the Union of Schmalkalden, which he had received in November 1548, simultaneously with the interim, and he used it to advance his own dispute over the ecclesiastical property and jurisdiction in the town. Two or more fruitless negotiations followed in summer of 1549. Afterwards, the dispute was sent to the emperor, who appointed 3 arbitrators, the local landlords, the master of the order, the bishop of Courland and Ozervik, and the bishop of Daugava, who had to solve the dispute or return it to the emperor. Since the dispute was ultimately about the religion, the 4 landlords were now confronted with the necessity to express their collective position on the problem, where they tried to postpone their response to the emperor about the interim. And in fact, the agreement project that was concluded at the end of the negotiations shows that they did come up with a solution. The agreement project was largely based on the compromise propositions of the Regents made in 1549 of Delhi, but among other articles they formulated the so-called council phrase, or in German Konzilformel, that had traditionally proposed that the final decision in the religious questions could only be made by the general or the national church councils. But now they proposed that the landlords and the estates as well could decide this question, and demanded that the regents agree to abide by this decision beforehand. Although the interim isn't explicitly mentioned in the text, the sharp opposition and critique that it caused directly connects this phrase and the possibility of a local decision to the threat of the enforcement of the interim by the landlords. We see it in a pamphlet of Johannes Lummer, who damned the interimists and demanded them be poisoned, but foremostly we see it in the description made by an elder of the Great Guild of Riga, Reinhold Hermos, where he cites the passage of the agreement that caused the controversy and connects it to the interim. Although this interpretation of the contemporaries might be seen as a polemical exaggeration, and the political situation of the time actually suggests that it wasn't, because the renewed demands to enforce the out-of interim that were by the Emperor Karl V and the Diet of Augsburg in summer 1550, where the Romanian ambassadors were present as well. And these ambassadors led relations in February 1551 in Roma. Could have been the reaction of the regents as well, who probably have known about that since we know that there were newspapers circulating in the area about these decisions. And especially so, it seems to be an answer to the emperor if we remember that the decision would be sent to the emperor and presented to him. Thus, it should suggest that the political pressure of the emperor was the main cause for a common agreement, and a common agreement regarding a decision-making model that obviously wasn't supported. It shows that as identity of the towns as well, and that the fact that the towns were asked or were demanded to agree to it beforehand shows that their position was recognized as a very important political impediment to actually coming to this agreement, and in fact it was due to the very sharp opposition of the estates and the change in the administration of the order, the death of the master from the Rijke. The new agreement that was concluded in December 1551 actually didn't include this extended phase. And although in these negotiations it might be superficial to stop and discuss the exact meaning of it, it's important when talking about the following negotiations about the topic of religious change. especially when we talk about the situation in 1552, when the question of religion was reviewed during during the Assembly of Ambassadors of the Estates of Livonia that took place on the 10th of July in Novikova. The agreement that was proposed as a univocal decision, according to the intitulation of the document, but was only signed and sealed by the ambassadors of the clergy and the nobility of the territories of Livonia, only sealed by the subscription. Contrary to the traditional interpretation of this text, wasn't a univocal agreement, and it's also proposed that the rights of everyone should be observed until the Church Council or the univocal agreement, which is seen as a reformulation of the phrase used in February 1551, and shows that they still try to implement this decision-making model. Although, again, this phrase here itself doesn't explicitly hint at the wish to enforce exactly an interim or Catholic reforms. On the contrary, it is followed by a program of pastoral care that was formulated according to the requirements and beliefs. This article still might have been one of the reasons for the disagreement with the towns, that didn't join this agreement. There were other important unfavorable articles included, but this might have been one of the most important reasons, and it is as well supported by later events in the dispute of Riga. Mainly in September of 1554, the next court session on the dispute happened in Riga and was led by the two landlords, the master and the archbishop. And here, although a otherwise progressive agreement project was reached, the chapter at the end tried to introduce a similar formulation into the text. This is the agreement of 1552. Yes, in 1554, the chapter tried to introduce the similar agreement, similar phrase into the text, and the agreements, on the contrary, wanted to only leave a traditional council phrase in the agreement to accomplish the fact that this dispute wouldn't be negotiated anymore until the council, and that this session would have been the last, which wasn't in agreement with the position of the cathedral chapter of Riga, and consequently the negotiations failed. But they show that the Diet of 1552 and it's the meaning of the phrase was rather similar to the agreement projects of 1551 and this situation in September 1554, and didn't firstly produce a univocal agreement of the estates of Livonia, and secondly, it didn't proclaim religious freedom for all of Livonia. Also, in the context with the negotiations on the dispute of Riga, it shows that the clergy of Riga, the cathedral chapter, associated a greater benefit, a more favorable outcome with the possibility of local solution of the religious question, and as well of the support of the nobility, while those at this time still proclaimed a more tolerant or supportive attitude towards the Lutheran Church and pastoral care. Their canonical goals, including rigging of the church property, were unacceptable to the towns. And lastly, this conclusion about the Diet of 1552 and the renewed interconnection of the previous discussions and the proposed meaning of the text of 1552, sorry for the repetition, leads us to question the political motives behind the decision of the Diet in 1554, which is considered to be the approval of the Diet of 1552. It took place in January 1554, although it had to take place in 1553, and directly discussed the questions that were discussed by the estates in 1552. And for this presentation, it's most important to know and note that at the end of the discussions in Livonia in January 1554 as well, the Archbishop created a text for an agreement, the so-called Habitation, which, as he wrote to his brother shortly after the end of the Diet, was sealed by the prelates, bishops, but not by the order. And in fact, If we consider that the only published text comes from the copybook of Thomas Jarno from the 18th century and only had 4 seals, and according to the intertitulation, it must have had 5 seals of all the landlords to be a univocal decision, then it supports the fact, the presupposition that the agreement actually wasn't sealed by the master of the order, although by the time Thomas Jarno transcribed it, only 3 seals had survived. We can, with great certainty, suppose that it was the order that didn't seal it because in March 1554, the master of the order actually proclaimed a different mandate, and the way the religious and pastoral care should be handled in the territory of the order, and it didn't mention by word the diet of 1554. On the contrary, it was, although it was as well a neutral sounding and favorable to the balance, it wasn't as progressive as the decision of proposed by the Archbishop Wilhelm, which did in fact proclaim religious freedom and return to the traditional council formulation, and as we see, got the support of the other prelates. So it suggests that outside of the pressure of the interim, once again, the order decided to solve the religious reform problem as a matter of inner politics, and although we see that the landlords did act more tolerably towards the players, they weren't capable of a single political decision in Livonia. And going to the conclusions, finally, we can conclude that the absolute interim of 1548 and the contemporary political situation in the empire caused a series of discussions on the possibility of introducing religious reforms in general in Livonia, as well as about valid decision-making models that would decide for the whole of Livonia or just for the parts of it. Secondly, there is an intertextually connected set of texts that represents the development of the situation and of the discussions and allows for an insight into the political factors that determine it. And the religious role of interim was seen as an opportunity to stress the ecclesiastical jurisdiction of the Archbishop. To discuss the independence of the order. The interim as well as his
Margarita, sorry, we are losing your sound at all.
To force it as needed. Can you hear me? Hey.
Very badly still.
Okay. So yeah, the last conclusions are that the cathedral chapter supported the Bishop of Riga because it was economically beneficial to them. The towns opposed the decision as they saw it as a threat to the religious freedom, and that the decisions of 1552 and 1554 didn't proclaim religious freedom in Livonia, contrary to the historiography, and that different political motivations and factors determined that there was it was impossible in 1554 to reach a univocal decision of all Livonian estates and landlords on the religious question. Thank you very much. I hope you have heard something of it.
Thank you. So now that all 4 presentations we have heard, now is the time to ask those questions of yours. If you have a question for the presenter, you can either go ahead, or if somebody is already speaking, you can give a notice in the chat that you would like to ask something. I will just go check if we have questions at our YouTube translation. No, it doesn't look that we have any. So anyone here? Any questions?
Sveiki. Hello. Hello.
Runā, Rudolf.
Jautājums Vandai. A question to Vanda. Vai tu neesi mēģinājusi izmantot Kurzemes zilo mālu? Did you try to use a blue clay, which is richly in Courland?
Yes, thank you for the question. Actually, we did. Mārcis collected a clay sample next to Courland, which is blue clay sample. So it has not been used, but a little bit of a sneak peek for Siliņupe project. We took some blue clay sample for that as well, and we're going to compare it to pottery. So we're going to see if it's good or not, but stay tuned for that results. So yeah, we did use blue clay.
Paldies. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, while you are thinking, I wanted to ask about the chicken. It's not. I understand that you're kind of focusing on more on Estonia, but what I noticed when you were showing this map was the whole region, that there's a huge difference between when chicken arrived in Sweden and Norway. Like Sweden was 1st century BCA and Norway only 9th CA. So they're sharing a huge border. So why such difference? Is it known, or is it perhaps just a question that we don't as yet know so precisely? So.
I think this is the question we don't know yet, because I don't think they have had the research question as when the first chicken actually arrived, but also they have discussed that maybe the first chicken there came from Sweden or from Denmark, and it is somehow later for that reason. And the same is actually with Finland, because it is also much later than Sweden. But with Finland, there are other problems. For example, the bones are not surviving in the soil and so on. But I don't think this is really a church or addressed question so far. So we don't know. But thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, Mārcis, go ahead.
I actually have a question regarding the chicken as well. Well, how do you think? We know that in Romans were actually quite. They used quite much the chicken meat, and and they have been idea that they were one of the main reasons why the chicken actually in Europe spread out. So my question is, have you considered the DNA analysis of chicken bones to see if they are coming actually from the west or from the east in Baltics? Because I can assume that in Scandinavia they most probably are coming from western part, but in our region, as we can see in different Bronze Age, Stone Age, and even Iron Age periods, we have the connections from both sides and even more a bit from the east.
Yes, this DNA analysis have been done with in England, and they also had some samples in our region, but they haven't really published it yet, so I don't know much about it. But this is really a question that I have also thought of, that maybe in the future it would be useful to have some DNA analysis from Baltic region and from Scandinavia to have a clearer picture how it all will work together, and maybe it will give also insight of from where the chicken actually came, because right now I really used only the morphology and the radiocarbon dating, but hopefully this would be a basis of the DNA analysis and so on. Thank you. Yes,
Okay.
Vanda.
Yeah, okay, Vanda, go ahead.
Hi, Freydis. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question. You maybe already partly answered with the previous, your previous answer, but what about organic residue analysis or on pottery vessels? Have you found, together with Esther, have you found any lipids from chicken broth, something similar about these? Maybe what kind of recipes, maybe analogies. I know that Thomas Eriksson has done some organic residue analysis on pottery in Sweden. Maybe something about recipes of chicken broth. Maybe you can comment on that.
I have to admit that I haven't studied this side of the possibilities, but I think in the future again it would be very good if something chicken related would come up in Esther's work. Then I think it would be very nice to collaborate with our archaeological data with hers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we can take one more question. Do we have somebody else wanting to ask something? Okay, so that's it for the first session. Thank you very much for the presenters. We now take a short break. We will be back at 11. So we have a bit more than 15 minutes to grab some tea, and welcome back to the next session in 15 minutes. Speakers of the next session, if you are already here, feel free to use these 15 minutes to check your sound or check that you can share the presentation screen. This is just a break. You can just feel free to try out. Okay, all the rest we meet in 15 minutes. So welcome back, everyone. We have a long session with 5 presentations ahead of us. So let's start. And in this session, we will move from Middle Ages and archaeological research to 19th and 20th century history. As I said, we have 5 presentations. And as a first, I would like to ask Evaldas Vilkončius from Vytautas Magnus University to present his research on evolution of the hospital architecture during the interwar Lithuania. Please, the floor is yours.
So the evolution of hospital architecture during the interwar period in Lithuania, the influence of modernism. Introduction. After Lithuania became an independent state, in addition to all the significant issues of building a modern state, care was taken to protect public health by developing the system of institutions dedicated to it. At that time, the most important place of medical care to the public were hospitals belonging to the city and county municipalities. Most of them were founded in the first decade of the independence and have been modernized and expanded over time. This may have led to the search for the new architectural possibilities to make this building as fit as possible to perform their function. In the early 1920s, some of the hospitals settled in specially built buildings built during the Tsarist period, which could still meet the needs of the time. Nevertheless, most hospitals in various cities of the country were often located in ill-treated premises. Most of them did not have the necessary medical equipment, such as the X-ray machines. Realizing the bad situation when hospitals were in need of the new premises and equipment, the first attempts to improve their situation began in the early 1920s. This was done by reconstructing existing and building new buildings for them. For example, in 1923, the new building for Mažeikiai Hospital was built. It was a wooden one-story building, the exterior of which was typical of traditional architecture. In 1927, the construction for the new hospital in Panevėžys started. According to the standards of that time, the building was quite modern, had a central heating, water supply, sewage, special treatment rooms, but the neoclassical exterior reflected the tendencies of the country's architecture at that time. These were one of the first new hospital buildings built at that time, so the efforts to improve their situation in the early 1920s were not a widespread phenomenon. But in the early 1930s, in the context of Lithuanian architecture, can be associated with attempts to take an interest in the achievements of Western architecture in the construction of such buildings. After the decision to build a hospital in Šiauliai in 1930s, a country and county delegation went to Berlin and Dresden in Germany to get acquainted with the latest hospital buildings. It is likely that new German hospitals were inspected, such as recently built in Dresden for the children. Arguing that at the time Lithuanian architects had not yet had sufficient experience in the construction of hospitals, German architect Paul Wolff was invited to make a design proposal for the new hospital in Šiauliai. There is a reason to believe that architect could have proposed a simpler version of Dresden City Children's Hospital, as it was this work of the architect that was considered a suitable example for the new hospital in Šiauliai. To have a small competition for the design, local specialists were also instructed to prepare such projects. For example, in one of them, it was proposed to build the hospital using a reinforced concrete structure, which allowed the building to be fitted with continuous strip windows. This could have been a big innovation in the architecture of Lithuanian hospitals, but the hospital was not built because the projects received at the time were considered too ambitious and too expensive to implement. In the Western context, there has been a strong modernization of hospitals in the 1930s, influenced by evolving medicine and new architectural possibilities. Inside, the new hospitals have become dependent on medical science, designed with the latest medical equipment in mind, At the same time, the exterior of such buildings changed when the latest architectural ideas, modernism, were applied. This means that modernism in hospital architecture was not an aesthetic change. The aspirations of modernism, such as functionality, sunlight, fresh air, purposeful layout of rooms, have also resonated in hospital architecture, where these possibilities began to play an active role in the treatment and healing of patients. Some similar changes were sought in Lithuania. For example, in 1933, a new hospital was built in Tauragė. The treatment rooms were modern by the standards of that time. The operating room was illuminated with special lamps. The X-ray department had a research laboratory. There were also open spaces for the patients. Such decisions were largely in line with the overall evolution of the buildings at the time. However, the exterior of the building was in the style of simplified historicism, typical of the Lithuanian architecture at that time. However, the fact that the influence of modernism on the architecture of hospital has become more evident can be justified in the case of Klaipėda Red Cross Hospital, which was built in 1933. The building was designed with a simple minimalistic look, which showed the influence of modernist aesthetics. The facades were diversified by wide windows to have well-lit rooms, loggias, which were intended for patients as a therapeutic and curative measure. In the 1930s, such spaces were common design elements in hospitals because they become an integral part of architecture and were seen as a means of treating patients. Mechanization of the building was also implemented, had ventilation and central heating systems, elevators for the people, food. All of this was to create the image of a modern, functional hospital, both internally and externally. At the same time, other new hospitals in smaller cities were built, but had a more restrained appearance. For example, the new hospital built in Zarasai, designed in 1933. The exterior is characterized by significantly simplified historicist style. A simple but modern looking building was built in 1933 for Šakiai Hospital. A simple modern look combined with modern interior, such as an operating room equipped with state-of-the-art tools, gave the impression of the modern medical facility. In the mid-1930s, the influence of modernism on Lithuanian architecture was obvious. More buildings were designed with modern look because Lithuanian architects at that time were interested in the latest architectural trends of Western Europe. It was also emphasized that in Lithuania at that time, more and more new hospitals are being built, or old ones are being expanded, rebuilt, and modernized. At the same time, the spread of modernism in hospital architecture can be related to the comprehensive modernization of hospital buildings that took place at the time, when the aim was on the inside to keep with the latest medical research and technologies, and on the outside with the latest architectural ideas. For example, the new buildings of Kėdainiai and Alytus hospitals, which were designed in 1935 and 1936, reflected the further evolution of hospitals. The buildings were designed in modern style and had smooth shapes, calm aesthetic appearance without the use of decorative elements. The open spaces, balconies, and loggias were intended to be used for sunbathing and relaxation. Thus, the exterior design of these buildings was functional and designed to serve the needs of the patients. The efficiency of the buildings had to be ensured by mechanization. Ventilation, food, elevators, water supply, boiler rooms, and water heating were installed. At that time, these were thought to be the most modern hospitals in Lithuania. The growing influence of modernism in Lithuania hospitals can be proved by other buildings designed in the late 1930s. For example, the new buildings in Lazdijai and Mažeikiai, designed in 1937 and 1938, as in the cases of Alytus and Kėdainiai hospitals, there is a tendency to focus on the aesthetics of modernism and the functionality of the buildings. The main exterior accents were simple windows, smooth wall shapes, creating the impression of bright and hygienic buildings. The balconies and loggias of the hospital were used for the treatment or therapy of the patients were also adapted. A similar path was taken in 1938 when it was designed to build new buildings for hospitals in Telšiai, Raseiniai, and Šiauliai. Here the exteriors were designed with simple minimalistic aesthetics. There were also open spaces for the sun therapy or relaxation for the patients. Thus, the buildings were designed with an ascetic but modern functional look. Here, as in other hospitals, the division of indoor spaces according to their functions was used. In addition, modern equipment such as X-ray machines, disinfection devices, heating, plumbing systems have been applied. Due to their minimalistic looks, these buildings stand out from other Lithuanian hospitals at the time with a greater similarity to analogs abroad. It is because some of the architects studied in Western European countries or visited them to get acquainted with the latest architectural ideas and applied the gained experience in the design of various buildings, including hospitals. And this proved that the architecture of some Lithuanian hospitals at the time could be compared to foreign examples. And to conclude, in summary, it is worth emphasizing that in the interwar period, the hospitals designed in various cities of Lithuania underwent significant changes. A major stylistic break in the hospital architecture began in the early 1930s when the design of hospital buildings that responded to the latest medical requirements internally and to the latest architectural ideas externally was started in several Lithuanian cities. Therefore, the spread of modernism in the architecture of hospital buildings can also be perceived as a natural consequence of the modernization of hospitals when progressive external aesthetics could also respond to a progressive medical institution inside. In addition, some of the new hospitals have become similar to their foreign counterparts, thus keeping in pace with the global trends in such buildings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I remind that we will do the same as we did in the first session. We will keep our questions to the end of the session when we will have a discussion time and you will have a chance to ask questions to the presenters. So if you have a question, write it down so you don't forget it, and at the end of the session we will talk about them. So the next presenter is from University of Latvia, Anastasia Smirnova, and she will continue the topic on healthcare, social care, and will tell us about incorporation and development of urban Elberfeld social care system in Baltics. Please, Anastasia.
So my topic is similarities and differences of incorporation and development of urban Elberfeld social care system in Baltics during 1930, case of Riga. So yeah, good afternoon, dear audience, and I'm happy that scholarly readings here develop it into international kind of conference, and it's a really pity that we can meet only online. So this time I will present the paper that deals with development and incorporation of the ideas of Elberfeld social care system. That is crucial for my PhD thesis, social care in Latvia in late 19th century, 1930. In the case of municipality of Riga, to simplify, I'm researching the development of the attitude and policy for the most vulnerable groups of society, poor, disabled, orphans, old people, and etc. in urban area. And to be more concrete, in case of Riga, hopefully you can see my presentation. And term of the Elberfeld social system is crucial to show the development of welfare national state. For me, it's important to renew this term in historiography of Baltic states that was gone by the Soviet occupation. First of all, because of the fact that this term was well known to the interwar intelligentsia. They use this term in law, statistics, writing the social and social care history. Also, this term never disappeared from the Western historiography. There are still
Anastasia, sorry. We see your screen, but not the presentation. You're sharing like the screen of Google Meet. Open your presentation so that it's on screen.
Yeah.
So you see it yourself.
It's not there. So yeah, and the term never disappeared from. So I think now you can see my presentation.
No, we don't. Oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, now we see it.
Oh, yeah.
Great.
So yeah, and it's important because this term never disappeared from the historiography of Western Europe, and this one, like the series of Willis James, is like one of the recent examples that even new scholars are still researching this term and this phenomenon of Alba social system. And the aim of this paper is to research the incorporation of ideas of Alba social system in Baltics through the case of one of the most urbanized and industrial city, Russian Empire, Riga. Therefore, paper deals with the history of ideas and so-called intellectual history. This is the reason like my PowerPoint actually looks so poor. It's hard to visualize theoretical ideas. From the tiny idea of the way to aid poor and to deal with poor ideas of Alba further growth into various different social care municipal policies worldwide. Therefore, example of Alba ideas show that ideas do not develop in isolation from the thinkers who conceptualize and apply those ideas. An abstract proposition, so in concrete terms of culture, life, and history, those terms are still like appeared. So Alba social system, it was like real. So this map shows well, Elberfeld was nowadays a Wuppertal region. And speaking about sources and methods, I mainly use literature from 19th century and like statistics, laws, scientific publications, and press, well, the term appeal, and I compare with academics from Western literature. So I compare those ideas in of Alba system in Western Europe and the Baltics. According to most recent historiography, Lithuania is a way further than Lithuania and Latvia. First of all, here we need to mention Lithuania was first of all Baltic states that had cooperation with Western research project of social care. Therefore, in 2003, book containing 2 articles about Lithuanian trade was issued. In one of those publications mentioned important term of Alba social policy by Rima Praus-Paliauskiene. And most possible that understanding about this term by Lithuanian researcher came after the workshop and conference about historical social work in 2002. So in cooperation, also Lithuanians understood like the Alba social system was incorporated in Russian Empire. So until today, my tendencies in research of history of social care are comparative researches between different countries in concrete regions. So what are main ideas of Alba social care system and what it is actually? Alba system named after a former German textile town, which is now a city district of Wuppertal. Was one way to reform welfare in 19th century. The innovation in this system was to create district offices to terribly decentralize what had been a centrally administered system of poor relief. These offices were given the task of assigning volunteer caregivers from the middle classes to help needy families out. Both the care provided and the financial support given to the needy was meant as temporary help. Those in need should learn how to help themselves after that help. The welfare system was introduced in many European towns and reached its high point in the late 19th, early 20th century. After this date, social assistance was again centralized and professionalized. In the end of 19th century, welfare system widespread in a lot of European countries. Besides decentralization, the role of volunteer organizations increased. As far as we know, I hope, like the very first social care institutions in European culture used to be churches and hospitals ruled by churches. Modernization of 19th century also means the secularization and the role of churches decreased. Albert felt based on Christian values, but this was a shift to the understanding of common responsibility of those in need. Idea was the wealthy citizens are the most responsible for the common welfare of the city. So the system developed in big urbanized industrial cities. In some states, voluntary organizations were only institutions to realize social work. In this system, women played an important role. Social care is divided as like open social care and closed social care. Closed social care are institutions like asylums, orphanages, hospices, and etc. And Albert's social care system was open social care, simplifying those were funds for these in need. As far as we know, women in the wealthiest states, funds are not limited. So funds are limited. And the number of poor of those in need in urban areas classically are bigger than in rural areas. Therefore, the system needed, first of all, to deal with poor and to decrease their numbers. Secondly, to understand and to find exactly those who were really in need for those funds. Christian values used to be like an indicator to show the ability of the poor to learn how to earn. Therefore, here are linked also the ideas of abolishment. Alcohol was seen as one of the reasons some people are poor. And in a lot of cases, alcoholism was understood as illness. In the 19th century, Albert's social care system in the territory of nowadays Latvia was incorporated in mainly two cities, Riga and Liepāja. Why those two? Because Riga as well as Liepāja was one of the most industrialized cities in Russian Empire. So those were also two port cities with the beneficial geographical location. Interval researchers wrote that incorporation of the Alberta social system of Russian Empire was in 1888. As far as we know, Baltic provinces were pioneering of the most ideas. For example, the abolition of Saladom, and the level of literacy was also higher, like here. But new ideas appeared in Baltic provinces, and firstly, mainly in Riga, because of the first of all of the, again, geographical location. Riga was like a bridge from modern Western ideas to Russian Empire. Secondly, because of the factor of Baltic Germans, and also multi-ethnical and multi-confessional structured societies. The development of national humanitarian institutions and organization in independent Latvia was dedicated with voluntary organizations and state and also municipal level. Also historically, the development and modernization of the national institutions was linked with this system. In the Russian Empire were Hebrew social care mainly realized by confessional organizations. Municipalities aided only the citizens of the city, only those who were registered at the city as citizens in the 19th century, and Hebrew were like out from this system. In Russian Empire, as well as in all three Baltic states, institutionalization of social care is linked with the system. So King of Prussia in 1833 determined that municipalities are responsible for poor inhabitants of the city. The system was created in 1852, which was based in decentralization, individualization, and self-cooperation system. As continuation to this system, involvement of women into volunteer work was crucial. Also, system of Alberta was incorporated almost in all European cities, also in Portugal, for example, because of Christian values. In Latvia, you will see this in almost all big factories, and big example is August Dombrovskis, and he also was in the Society of Abolishment. And this is like a first example of exactly Latvian national awakening, understanding the responsibility of our community, the Latvian one. In the end of 19th century, municipality of Riga realized a bigger volunteer social work in Russian Empire. Therefore, social issues were realized by local citizens, while empire realized and supported administrative and police, as well as army institutions more. It can be linked with the bigger influence of religion in the territory of Lithuania than in other two Baltic states, where almost all humanitarian aid organizations were linked with the church much more than in Estonian and Latvian case. Lithuanian historian Rima Paspaliauskiene writes that in 19th century, when the bishop admitted Alberta system as the best, he also marks that the women are especially suitable for the role of welfare workers. Also, church is sometimes almost only possibility for whom to be educated. So they were taught in churches and also realized social work. So in Lithuania, the best example is Gabriela Petkevičaitė-Bite. Yes, so mainly conclusions. So Riga is as biggest industrial city in Russian Empire with a lot of factories, and Baltijā middle class is a good research case of incorporation Elber for social care system. In Baltics, territory of Lithuania was less industrialized and also more agriculture, therefore the ideas of Elber were incorporated way slower. However, in Lithuanian case, factor of female actors was way developed than in other countries because of the role and influence of bishop, I think. So, and I will be happy to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. So the questions will come after all the presentations. And we now move on to the next presentation by Marija Oinas. And she will tell us about the migration of Estonians to Kazakhstan. Marija, please.
Hello, everyone. You can hear me now? Good. Just a second. I have some problem with my PowerPoint. Okay. Do you see my presentation?
Yes, yes, we do.
Yeah.
It's good.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone, organizers and colleagues, and I want to speak to tell you about peasant migration in Russia, the type of transit migration, an example of migration of Estonians to Kazakhstan. A lot of studies on the history of agrarian migration of peasants in the Baltic region in the late 19th and early 20th centuries are based on the assumption that migration was linear, namely the migrant peasant who serving from point A in homeland to point B somewhere in Siberia. But agrarian migration in Russia in this period was of a complex non-linear nature. The percentage of repeated resettlements was very high. Even contemporaries paid attention to this fact. So Alexander Kaufman, for example, calls this process double resettlement movement. Today, in the scientific discourse, used the term transit migration, but primarily concerning modern migration. For example, transit migration, labor migration to Europe, and not to migration that have occurred in the past. Frank Duvel, a contemporary researcher of transit migration, defines it as a migration not directly from point A to point B, but movement from country A through country C to country B. The transit character of the agrarian migration from the Livonian and Iceland provinces to Siberia was one of the reasons why the researchers of this problem are unable to reconstruct this process completely. The fact is that Estonian historians have at their disposal the documents of the resettlement administration, переселенческое управление. In peasants' petitions indicated only intentions to go to any Siberia regions. But that doesn't mean that people stayed there. On the other hand, historians who study the Estonian diaspora in the regions face a different problem. They don't know which way the Estonians traveled before settling in the region. Estonian historian Kadri Tooming notes that it is impossible to create a bridge between settlements in Estonia and Siberia, based only on the date of peasant chiefs. Because the documents do not allow restoring the migration routes from the Volest to the place of the final settlement. Also, it does not take into account unauthorized migration. And she concludes that it is necessary to go beyond the institutions directly involved in the immigration movement. So, in my opinion, the documents of the Habitation Commissions can fill this gap. This is the profiles of Estonians who decided to take Estonian citizenship and return to their homeland in the 1820s. The documents have open access on the Estonian National Archive website. This is a screenshot from the website. In the course of my research, I studied the documents of the Omsk Control Habitation Commission. And out of 8,500 cases, I selected I selected 529 files that relate to the territory of modern Kazakhstan. This file contains information about 476 families or 1,595 persons. Each file contains several documents related to history of one family. These materials include a lot of different information available for the researcher. However, to study the transit nature of migration, we need just 3 questions of the application: the date of birth, place of birth, and the year of when his or her parents left Estonia. The residents in transit the residents in transit points could be quite long. As a result, there was a small group of people born neither in Estonia nor in Kazakhstan. And I think this is a place that served an intermediate points on the wave of migration from Estonia to Kazakhstan. So I have identified 40 people in total who were born in the territory of modern Russia. Examination of documents showed that Estonians who later settled in Kazakhstan had previously lived in the Ufa, Samara, Saratov, and Pskov regions. At the same time, I have not found the data confirming the words of August Nigol that Crimean Estonians also moved to Kazakhstan. The slide shows that in some cases it is possible to restore up transit points to specific settlements, like in Ufa and Samara, for example, settlements Estonia, Liflyanskaya, Goretskaya, Baltica. But sometimes only the county of birth as indicated according to the documents, like in Saratov and Pskovsk governorates. If we trace in which settlements of Kazakhstan the Estonians moved, and in the slide you can see 4 Estonian settlements: Petrovskaya, Liflyanskaya, Sapetovskaya, and Nemecskaya. It becomes obvious that the first Estonian settlements, Petrovskaya and Liflyanskaya, were founded by people from the only Ufa and Samara governorates. And the next slides shows that the peak of migration from the intermediate regions occurred in the 18th and 19th years of the 19th century. Because in this period, the territory of Kazakhstan was officially open to the peasant resettlement. In 1889. The average time spent in transit places is approximately 15 years. But in some cases, families lived in transit zones for up to 30 years before they go to next journey. As can be seen from the graph, the transit character of Estonian migration to Kazakhstan continued at the beginning of the 20th century. And the last thing I would like to dwell on today is the reasons of why Estonian peasants left the Russian provinces and went to Kazakhstan. There are three main reasons. Tina Viti, an Estonian researcher of Estonian settlements in Samara provinces, notes that the economic conditions of newcomers have worsened over time. So, if the colonists of the first wave received 15 dissections of land per man, later this rate was reduced to 8 dissections per man. At the same time, renting land became more expensive over the years. High competitions among peasants led to an increase in the rent, and for a tax of land from 10 kopecks in 1816s to 4 rubles in 1818s. And the last reason was that the situation of the peasants deteriorated in 1891 and 1892 due to the drought and the resulting crop failure and famine. The Voronezh, Kazan, Samara, and Saratov provinces stood out among the regions especially affected by drought and famine. So, the complex of these three reasons pushed the Estonian peasants toward further migration. And the destination was the Kazakh steppes, where there was still a lot of free and fertile land. And thus expanding the source base by attracting questionnaires of repatriants, it became possible to reconstruct the transit regions in which Estonian migrants lived on the way from Estonia to Kazakhstan. Thank you.
Thank you. So we move to next presentation, which will be given by which will be given by Nijole Vailionite from Vytautas Magnus University, and she will tell us about the attitude towards childlessness as depicted in magazine Pottery. Please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Why I can't share my presentation? Sorry, I will.
Yes, we see your presentation. Great. Hello, but we don't hear you.
Now everything was okay?
Yes, now we hear you as well.
Sorry.
We hear you and we see you. You're ready to go.
Yes, my topic is attitude towards childlessness in journal Moteris in 1920, 1940. And the aim of this paper is to describe the public opinion on childlessness in the interwar period, which is reflected in the journal Moteris, and to compare it with the opinion on traditional rural communities. Qualitative content analysis and comparative methods were applied on this research, and the total 208 journals were analyzed and data compared with the situation of childless families, women in the traditional Lithuanian rural communities on the basis of ethnographic sources and research made by ethnologists. And at first, I would like to take a look on historical context. In 1918, Lithuanians' independence was declared, and in 1922, Lithuanian women were one of the first in Europe to receive civil rights, which was approved by the Constitution. Intelligentsia of women gathered in various organizations, societies. The patriotism characteristic for the whole interwar society was very important in the women's movements of that time. The main motto of Lithuanian intelligentsia to work for the homeland. The stereotype prevailed at the time. What a woman is, such a nation and society are, and such an attitude was formed not only for the periodicals, movements of that time, but also provision of the heads of state. The motto was Lithuania family, the basis of the Lithuanian stand. However, women's periodicals accounted for a very small proportion of publications. Part of women's periodicals were published in different time, and only two periodicals for women had continuity. It's Naujoji Vaidilutė and Moteris. Important that circulation of journal Moteris was one of the biggest in the whole country, including journals for men and for the women. I chose this journal for my research on basis of main two criteria. The traditional Lithuanian rural community and Indava urban population was rather homogeneous. The majority of the population was Roman Catholics, and the influence of the Catholic Church was undoubtedly significant. And the second criteria was the continuity of the magazine. So what the study reveals? The research done by Lithuanian ethnologists shows that in traditional Lithuanian rural communities, the childlessness was associated with consequences of the sin. The perception was different in the articles published in journal. Childlessness was no longer perceived as a result of sin, but as intentional choice of not having children, which means an intentional turning away from the church and the God. A choice of not having children was considered to be a crime against God. Also, we can see that in traditional rural communities, the social role of women was not associated with the well-being of country or the nation. Motherhood was woman's unquestionable duty based on the natural needs and the accountability to the God. But in the articles in the journal Moteris, significant changes can be seen. In the war period, motherhood was considered to be the most positive and important aspect of woman's social role. The concept of family was considered to be a very important institution that was essential a condition for the national survival, which means that childless families or families with few children weren't considered to be as valueless, not contributing the well-being of society. It must be acknowledged that such an emphasis of motherhood as a social role and contribution to well-being of the nation has mostly been applied to intelligentsia women. But about education, in traditional rural communities, girls were trained from the childhood to be able to fulfill their duties as mothers when the time comes. Girls were trained to be mothers from the early days, to play with the dolls, to take care of them. A similar motive we can see in the articles of journal Moteris. However, there are some differences. For example, in rural communities, pregnancy was considered to be a private matter and was not be discussed in public. But even the topic of fertility, which was an absolute taboo in rural communities, was discussed in this journal. Another sign of modernization of society is encouragement to pay a closer attention to sex education of children, emphasizing involvement of boys. And the newest understanding that family and its abundance depends not only from the woman, but from the man as well. A new approach appears which adopts an idea that the family and its abundance might depend not on inappropriate behavior of a man, for example, alcohol consumption. Could women choose? No choice in traditional community. You must be mother, that's all. But in the end of 30s, journal models a new approach, which accepts that even choice of not having children might be useful to the nation. Even though woman's primal nature is to become a mother, a woman without children can still be useful to the society. This is a new and modern approach, especially in comparison with ingrained ideas of traditional rural communities. However, the possibility of choice, to have family or not, to have children or not, is partial conditional. The choice has to be made in advance. For example, it is very good to study, but if you are married, raise children. Even though women are encouraged to participate in public activities, it is still believed that in all these activities might interfere with traditional family life. Of course, we don't is not much ethnological data about widespreading of abortions in the traditional rural communities. And of course, abortion did happen, however, in much smaller scale than in the city. But in most of the articles which are printed in journal Moteris, abortions are seen as a crime against the Catholic Church or crime against moral. In these articles, abortions are perceived as murder, and women who had abortion are perceived as murderers. It's against God, against church, against nature, and harmful to women and to society as such. But most of the anti-abortion articles aimed towards women of intelligentsia. Some of articles say that they often choose not to have children because of selfish and egoistic reasons. It's like you don't have children, maybe you did abortion. And it's very important to mention legal aspects. Because in traditional rural communities, men are considered to be owners of the real estate, and the only descendants of male lines are to inherit the real estate once the head of the family dies. If person of childless family dies, the situation of widow and widower were different. Such inequality attracted a lot of attention in interwar periodic press. It was one of the most discussed topics on the journal Moteris. The law which equalized the rights of male and female widows without considering age, the duration of the marriage, or family had any children, were particularly widely discussed. It reflects that attitude toward inheritance in traditional rural communities started to lose ground. The conclusion, of course, was stigmatization in rural community and in the city, but analysis of articles published in the interwar period revealed that the influence of the Catholic Church toward the public attitude towards traditional imaging of women as mothers, as determined by God, remained strong as ever. However, childlessness was no longer perceived as punishment for a sinful life, but as a sin itself. In response to widespread patriarchy in the interwar Lithuanian society, journals highlighted the role of reproduction as a person tribute to society, nation, and the country. This understanding of reproduction was not excited in the traditional rural communities. The modernization of society is clearly related to the open-mindedness toward biological processes related to reproduction. Importance of sex education among boys and girls is acknowledged. Understanding that starting a family and raising children is no longer sole responsibility of a woman. And in the issues of journal clearly shows that raising awareness of abortion was now considered to be relevant topic in the traditional community. In this period, changes in the legal system took place, which equated the right of the childless man and woman. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are all doing very, very great in terms of time in this session. We are even ahead of time a bit, so that's good because we will have more time to talk about the presentations afterwards. But now, before we talk about presentations and give questions, we have one more presentation by Karina Rachetite. Correct? No, probably no, sorry. And she will tell us about the identity of Kaunas inhabitants as depicted in the memories of 3 generations. Welcome.
Hello everyone, can you see my slides and can you hear me?
Yes, we see the first slide. Yeah,
okay.
And we hear you, but you have some background noise on you as well. Probably you can mute the outgoing sound while you speak, or just put it on a lower level, like.
Okay.
It should help a bit.
I made the sound louder. Yes.
Oh, okay, we can understand you. So
I will begin. Then, so hello, my name is Karina Rachetite. I am currently in the 4th year of my doctorate degree studies in Vytautas Magnus University, Department of Cultural Studies. The theme of my PhD thesis is the identity of Kaunas inhabitants in the narratives of the mid-20th century to the early 21st century. And my presentation focuses on memories and narratives of residents living in 4 Kaunas microdistricts, Daugava, Kalniņš, Ehrlich, and Šilainiai, that were built during the Soviet period. So this is the plan of my presentation. And now I will present the historical context. So Kaunas is the 2nd largest city in Lithuania, located in the geographical center of the country. During the interwar period, it had temporarily became the capital of the country. And after the Second World War, the city suffered from demographic changes caused by internal migration and the rapid industrialization process. And in the course of industrialization, there was a need to provide housing for the new workers of the industry, most of whom came to Kaunas from all around Lithuania, mainly from rural regions, and that is why multi-story apartment buildings were built for. And during the Soviet period, industry was developing and branching out into food, furniture, textile, shoes, glass, paper, rubber, metal, electronics, and as well as many other fields of manufacturing. And industrial workers weren't the sole inhabitants of these new microdistricts. People from other social groups were present as well, also teachers and not only workers from industrial companies are living, industrial factories are living in these micro districts. And after the restoration of Lithuanians' independence, the city of Kaunas went through many social and demographical as well as cultural changes. And at this moment, there are about 145,000 inhabitants living in the Daugava, Šilainiai, Eguliai, and Kalniņš microdistricts. And they are facing such problems as undefined identity, crime, aging society. And according to the past research, the inhabitants of these microdistricts mostly associate themselves with the central historical parts of Kaunas instead of the surroundings of the microdistricts or the districts themselves. So my aim and goals of the study are, well, my presentation focuses on memories and narratives of residents living in 4 Kaunas microdistricts, Daugava, Kalniņš, Eiguliai, and Šilainiai, that were built during the Soviet period. And the aim of my presentation is to determine the urban identity of 3 generations of Kaunas inhabitants. And the goals of my presentation are to analyze the story of Kaunas residents and to determine their characteristic features, to distinguish stories belonging to the level of communicative memory, and to find out how these stories are used by respondents to construct their identities. And in my research, I based my research on Jan Eisman's theory of communicative and cultural memory, as well as theories on identity construction. And this researcher says that the memory is the ability that allows us to shape self-perception, identity, both on a personal and collective level. And this presentation is based on Elīza Dāldere theoretical approach to communicative memory. One way to identify and explore residents' identities is to analyze their memories and their narratives. And in these narratives, different levels of memory could be found. So there are the levels of individual, communicative, and cultural memory. And according to Elīza Dāldere, communicative memory is formed through regular communication with other people and through sharing common experiences. And communicative memory covers the time period of 80 to 100 years approximately. And this could be a lifetime of 3 to 5 generations. And this form of memory manifests itself through shared memories, experiences, and stories. And now I will tell you about my research methodology. Yes, so for this paper, I was interviewing inhabitants. I will present my research that I conducted in Kaunas during last 3 years. And for my research, I was interviewing inhabitants of 4 districts: Daugava, Kalniņš, Eiguliai, and Šilainiai. These districts were added to city plan of Kaunas during the years of the Soviet Union, when Lithuania was in the Soviet Union. And during my research, I used such field research methods as interview, in-depth, semi-structured interviews. And for analyzing the narratives, I was using comparative, retrospective, and narrative analysis methods. And for my research, I carefully selected participants in regards to their age and the place of residence. It was imperative that they were living in Kaunas, and they were 18 years or older. And for this paper, I conducted interviews with 115 respondents, ages between 21 and 87 years. 46 of them were men, while 69 were women, and most of the respondents belonged to, as we could say, middle class, had acquired a higher education. According to Elīza Dāldere, a person's memory is closely related to the living memory of his place of residence. Social memory is strongly influenced by generational change. As the generations changes, certain experiences, hopes, and actualities are being forgotten and are replaced by other actualities. Individual memory is closely related to the memory of a generation. And, according to sociologist Karl Mannheim, theory, socio-political events have the greatest impacts on the person and are the best remembered when he or she is around 12, 22 years old. This is how generations differing in the experience of adolescence and early youth are formed. So now I will present these three generations that I have concluded during the analysis of the interviews. So, well, we can describe approximately about three generations: the post-war generation, then the second group would be people that were born during in the 60s, in the mid-60s, and even later, when in all country the economical situation and the political situation was slightly more stable compared to the period after the Second World War. And the third group would be the youngest generation, people who were born around the restoration of independence. So I will begin with the post-war generation. These are the people born in 1935, year from 1935 and later. Some of them were children during the Second World War. They spent their childhood and youth in the historical parts of the city, or not in Kaunas, if they arrived to Kaunas from smaller towns and rural regions. And the micro-districts were built when they grew up. And most of them moved to these apartments in micro-districts when they were already adults. And the common themes in their narratives are suffering, hard work. Also, we can find levels of personal memories and memories related to historical era. Soviet ideology, and these people were more closed-minded, cautious when interacted with the researcher. They were talking, just communicating less free compared to the other age groups. And yes, most common types of identities are related to work or profession. Respondents also call themselves Lithuanians, inhabitants of Kaunas. Also, post-Soviet identities related to memories that could indicate about traumatic life experiences. Duality of Soviet life was found, and those respondents who arrived to Kaunas from smaller towns and villages can have a bicultural and or displaced identity. And as the example, I could present you the quote of one respondent. It is a woman, a lady born in 1937 in Kaunas, in historical district Žaliakalnis, and during Soviet times she got the apartment in Nava district and she used to live there. So this is how my life happened. I began to work when I was 16 years old. I finished the school at evenings, and that was it. well, I wouldn't say that it was very bad after all, but not as easy as for all Soviet citizens. The second group would be the respondents born since the mid-60s, approximately from 1965, maybe from 1960s. Well, these generations are and the common themes in their narratives during the interview, they are more free and relaxed. They are talking more about their friends, their leisure time and hobbies. The theme of hard work and suffering are less common in their narratives compared to their parents. And this could be the result of some economical stability and the common narratives of progress. These people were hearing, and they were using also these narratives and ideas. These narratives who came from who are the part of official political narratives, and also levels of personal memories, especially pleasant childhood memories, leisure time activities with friends, also the layers of memories related to historical era Soviet ideology prevailed. And most common types of identities. So most common types of identities from this group, it was identity related to work or profession. Gender identity was mentioned. The respondents called themselves Lithuanians. Inhabitants of Kaunas also considered themselves a part of micro-district. And some of these respondents called themselves the citizens of the world. They didn't want to relate themselves to some specific geographical place. And as most of their parents, the respondents from this age group also has memories about traumatic life experiences, duality of Soviet life. And well, also they can have bicultural or displaced identities too, especially if they came to Kaunas from smaller towns and the rural regions of Lithuania. And the last group, it would be the respondents born during the restoration of independence. Their year of birth would be around from 1980 to the 1996, around these years. And the common themes in their narratives are levels of personal memories, also the layers of memories were related to historical era, and almost no narratives about Soviet times. And most common types of identities, it would be, well, these respondents called themselves Lithuanians, inhabitants of Kaunas. They rarely consider themselves a part of a micro-district. And some of these respondents called themselves also they didn't want to relate themselves to the specific geographical place. Some of them mentioned that they would like to maybe move somewhere else, leave their micro-district where they were born in, or even leave Kaunas. And these respondents can have a displaced or bicultural identity. And the common quote that would be the example of this age group, it would be a quote of a young man who is 24 years old. He is living in a micro-district. And no, I don't associate myself with the neighborhood. I only live here with my parents, but all of my life happens in the center and in the old town. Yes, I am Lithuanian, but I do not associate myself with the place of residence. I do not want to limit myself. And as a conclusion, I would like to say that the analysis of the fieldwork material revealed that the narratives of respondents from different age groups has different features in both form and content. And in the narratives of the respondents, 3 layers of memory prevailed: individual, communicative, cultural. And according to the theory of theories of Jan Assmann and Aleida Assmann, the respondents from different age groups had similar experiences and they shared similar stories about it with other people from their environment. And the results of this research suggests that narratives of communicative memory can help to create cultural identity related to or displaced from certain parts of the city. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So this concludes our session as a presentation, and now the floor is open for questions. Again, if you would like to ask something, please either just turn on your microphone and speak, or you can give a notice in the chat.
Could I ask Anastasia?
Sure, yes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting, and I would like to ask what is the difference between rural care prevention and urban social care in Latvia, and maybe you can give an example in Lithuania and Estonia.
So, I hope you can hear me, but can you please, can I please hear your answer, your question again?
Okay. I would like that you justify, maybe you know what was the difference between rural era social care system and urban era in Latvia, and maybe you can say about Estonia.
Yeah, okay, yeah. No, I hear the keyword rural and like urban. Yeah, the thing is, like as I mentioned before, Lithuanian case is like less urbanized and less industrialized. So in Lithuanian case, social care it was like developed like almost like from the 0 point. So and also the situation with Kaunas, you know, it was important for Kaunas to become newly proclaimed state and main city. But it was not like so industrialized and so wealthy to have social care. And in Lithuania was like the most different case in this in all 3 Baltic states, because like Latvia, in Estonia, we have like almost like the similar development. But Lithuania, first of all, the main factors were still volunteer organization. No, municipal factor was less developed. So mainly social, mainly church and women organizations actually in Lithuanian case. But in Latvia and Estonia, slowly, step by step, we had this urban development and then state development. But like in Lithuania, there still was situation. There used to be social care ruled by public organizations and financed by state or public organization financed by themselves. So there was like not third option. It was like not state social organization, not state institutions, for example. I'm sorry, I'm so stressful. I hope I answered at least something.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, while you're thinking about the questions, I have one for Maria about the migrations. Maria, are you here?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, good. So I kind of, well, you said that some families lived up to 30 years in these transit zones, in transit points. And I was wondering, can we still call it like transit if people are living somewhere for 30 years? Is it maybe some different process, like, I don't know, repetitive migration or, well, could you just tell something a bit more about these families that really for a long time stayed somewhere in transit?
Yes, because this family didn't have land or sites. They rented land, but rent tax was increased every year, and so I'm sorry. It's bigger every year, and so they want to go anywhere where they can get land for their family. So they waited only assumption, only some official. Some official appointment to go to another place. So I think that we can say that it's transit point for them. And I think that Latvians researchers has similar problems with agrarian migration of Latvians from Latvia to Russia. And I know that in 1920s it was some kind of Habitation commission in Latvia. After 1920, some maybe. I don't know exactly, but I think it's Latvians researcher has similar problem, and I think it can be. They can use similar way than I.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you. So, any more questions? So I just go check if we have.
I would like
okay.
For first presenter, it was Evaldas, maybe I don't. Yes, Evaldas. I would like to ask him what were the main features of modernism between Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia in interwar period. Could you justify some features?
The main features were a simple geometrical architecture without any ornamentation, which has large windows, for example, clean surfaces, white color, and that's all. It was a popular style of that time, and it was interpreted for Lithuania by Lithuanian architects. Sometimes they had a regional character, which was roofs, which were not flat but were steep, and that's all. So it was simple architecture without any ornamentation, which was functional.
So you speak about a case of Lithuania, or
Yes.
But about Latvia and Estonia, can you say examples?
I'm not researching those countries, so I can't tell.
Okay, so thank you very much. And also, I would like to give a question to ask Niola. Could you say what's the difference between interwar period and of attitudes towards children's and our days? Could you say differences or similarities?
It's not, we don't have so much stigmatization, I hope so. And also, for example, this motive, the duty for the homeland, was popular in the end of 20th century. And I don't think that it's so popular in our days, this nationalism on this. And also, it's nowadays very popular how to do your works, your jobs, and raise children. It's sometimes it sounds like you have to choose, but you have but you can do everything in one time. I think so. And of course, it's not a sin to be childless. I hope this, because I'm researching childlessness nowadays. So I think the young people don't think that it is a consequence of sin, or it is a sin. That's, I don't know, it is enough because I can speak a lot.
Okay, thank you. Because I would like to ask also Karina. Karina, what was the influence of historical movements in Soviet times in Kaunas? For example, the hippies movement, because Kaunas was as a capital of hippies movement in Lithuania at that time. And maybe I would like to know what was the influence of historical events for the second group of your respondents who were born about 1950s, 60s.
Thank you for your question. In Lithuania, in Kaunas, especially in Kaunas, in the late 60s, early 70s, the movement between youth, there was a popular hippie movement. Well, of course, it was young people, groups that were interested in rock music, in these similar ideas as in the as hippies and as these subcultures from the Western countries. So yes, this movement was also in Kaunas, and it had specifically in our country, in Lithuania, in the Soviet country, the members, the people who liked such ideas, who were dressing accordingly, who used to listen to rock music. They weren't just interested in that for the sake of being interested, but it was also the form of the resistance against the occupational Soviet regime. And well, it was a relative small group in Kaunas, mostly of the youth from Kaunas city central part, and of the youth who used to live in the old town. Mostly it was compared to the whole number of population, it wasn't a big group, but it was influential. And in the 1972, when there was a suicide of Romas Kalantai in the city center, well, if you know more, that his suicide and his last words, well, it was the beginning of the protests that were happening in the summer of 1972. So these ideas, it influenced also the whole group of this generation that were born in late 50s, early 60s, and it influenced, according to Mannheim theory, they were young, they were 10 years old, 12 years old and older at that time, and these events, well, that cultural resistance, they were seeing, not necessarily participating in that, but they were seeing these events, and they knew that it was possible not to be at least in the symbolical resistance, to protest, not to agree with the existing political situation. So I would say this time and that feeling of freedom, and that is possible during these times, and it created the memories for this age group. These people experienced that. They were sharing stories about that, and I would say this age group, this second generation that I presented, the people were born from late 50s, 60s, even later, in the context and the influence of these events in Kaunas, they had more, I would say, they have the memories, and they have also the intentions to search for answers, to be search for answers and to keep some form of resistance according to current political situation. And I would say it in the memories and the stories of this generation, we can feel the certain element of freedom, open-mindedness, and yes.
Thank you, Karina. Okay, thank you very much for your questions and answers. Is there any more pressing questions? Okay, if there is not, Alberts is writing us that he is speaking to us.
Yes, as a host, I would like to add some comments at the end of this session. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants from neighboring countries and colleagues from the organizing committee from Lithuania and Estonia to help us find these young researchers who are participating with us. Second of all, I would like to say thank you to Kristīne Beķere, who was our moderator in this quite challenging the first part of the day. Thank you, Kristīne. And the second thing, what I would like to remind you, just a sec, I will present share my screen right now. I hope you see the, just a sec. Kristīne, do you see the
yeah, we see
collection of articles? Yes, you see it. All right. So at last, I would like to remind you that the same as we did the previous times, this year we are working on the collection of articles that is going to be prepared after the conference. So think carefully if you would like to submit your articles for us. So all the instructions will follow, I suppose, shortly after the conference. So again, I'm saying thank you to our neighboring countries. Thank you for the researchers from Lithuania and Estonia. And as I assume you won't understand the Latvian sessions, then, or maybe you do, then stay with us, or in other case, thank you, and the session, I guess, is ended. Or Christine?
Well, yes, thank you from me as well. And for those who are listening to us through YouTube, we will be back with a Latvian language session in the afternoon at 2 o'clock. Tātad tie, kuri grib turpināt mūs klausīties tālāk latviešu valodā, visas pārējās būs sekcijas. Tad mēs turpināsim pēcpusdienā, tagad pusdienas pārtraukums, un 2 turpināsim ar nākamo sekciju par viduslaikiem un jauniem laikiem jau latviešu valodā. Paldies!
Thank you. Ačiū.
Tātad, dāmas un kungi, vēsturnieki, pētnieki, esam atgriezušies konferences 3. sesijā. Es skatos, ka mūsu tiešraide arī YouTube kanālā šobrīd notiek. Tad viss ir gatavs, mēs varam turpināt. Mani sauc Alberts Rokpelnis, es pārstāvu Valmieras muzeju. Un es būšu moderators un faktiski tehniskais vadītājs šai sesijai, kurā mēs runāsim galvenokārt par Latvijas viduslaiku vēstures jautājumiem, kā arī pieskarsimies vienam tematam, kas saistīts ar Lielo Ziemeļu kāru. Bet pirms mēs sākam prezentācijas, es vēl gribēju teikt, ka šai sesijā pievienojušās arī vairākas pētnieces no Latvijas Vēstures institūta, kuras palīdzēs nodrošināt arī mūsu diskusiju sesijas beigās. Un vēl ko es gribēju sacīt, pirms mēs pārējiem jau pie prezentācijām, es gribēju vēlreiz atgādināt to, ka ir iznācis jaunais rakstu krājums, ko mēs sagatavojām sadarbībā ar Latvijas Vēstures institūtu pagājušajā gadā. Viņš ir tikko iznācis, pieejams Latvijas Universitātes repozitorijā un arī dažos eksemplāros drukātā formā. Visi tie, kas ir šajā krājumā piedalījušies krājuma tapšanā, varēs savus eksemplārus saņemt institūtā. Vispārēji interesanti ir laipni aicināti tātad ieskatīties Latvijas Universitātes repozitorijā, meklēt jauno vēsturnieku zinātniskie lasījumi 5. Un kā jau es minēju iepriekš, angļu sesijas laikā, angļu valodā, arī šogad tātad mēs turpināsim šo tradīciju un būs iespēja referātus iesniegt rakstītā formātā, anonīmi recenzētus, tātad sagatavot zinātniskus rakstus. Tas ievadā. Bet tā. Tagad es aicināšu pirmo runātāju, kas mums ir Elīza Dāldere. Droši var ieslēgt mikrofonu un savu prezentāciju sākt demonstrēt. Tātad šī tēma būs par garīdzniecību kā aktoru Austrumbaltijas eiropeizācijas procesā 12. 13. gadsimta mijā. Elīza, lūdzu.
Tūlītās nošērošu savu ekrānu.
Jā, mikrofons ir ļoti labi dzirdams, viss ir kārtībā.
Jā, un būs pilnekrānā. Tā, labdien visiem, labdien konferences klausītājiem un arī sveiciens konferences dalībniekiem. Esmu Elīza Dāldere, Latvijas Universitātes Vēstures un filozofijas fakultātes maģistra studiju programmas studente, un es vēlos jūs konferences dalībniekus iepazīstināt ar tēmu garīdzniecība kā aktors Austrumbaltijas eiropeizācijas procesā. Garīdzniecības, Danijas karalistes bruņniecības un tāltirgotāju savstarpējas mijiedarbības rezultātā 13. gadsimta sākumā Austrumbaltija ieguva Latviju kristīgajai Eiropai līdzīgas reliģiskās, politiskās, ekonomiskās un sociālās dzīves normas. Mainījās sabiedrības struktūra, dzīvesveids, pārvaldes organizācija, tiesiskais ietvers, ekonomiskie sakari un vērtību sistēma. Garīdzniecība Austrumbaltijas eiropeizācijas procesa kontekstā ir uztverama kā viens no nozīmīgākajiem aktoriem, jo tās darbības rezultātā būtībā arī izveidojās bīskapiju draugu baznīcu tīkls, jaunas garīgas un laicīgas institūcijas, kā arī notika laicīgā pārvaldes sistēmas pārstrukturizēšana. Kopš 12. gadsimta beigām Hamburgas Brēmenes arhibīskapija ar mērķi izplatīt kristietību Austrumbaltijā un iegūt jaunu ietekmes zonu misionēšanā, tātad bija izvirzījusi mērķi, kas balstījās dienišķajā providencē, kas atcerādamās Rahabu un Bābeli, kas ir nomaldījušos pagānus, vēlējās tos atmudināt no elgdievības un grēku miega. Tomēr paturot prātā, ka viduslaiku Eiropā katra persona un personu grupa bija kādas latīņu, kristīgās Eiropas garīgās vai laicīgās sfēras reprezentants, jāsaprot, ka garīdzniecība sevī ietvēra vairākas savstarpēji konkurējošas, komplektējošas un koeksistējošas monastiskas kopienas un arī atsevišķi izdalāmas personas ar savu uzvedības modelu un rīcības stratēģiju, kas ietekmēja reģiona politiskās, administratīvās, ekonomiskās un sociālās dzīves kārtību. Un tad mans referāta ziņojuma centrālais jautājums būs atbildēt uz jautājumu, kā tieši garīdzniecība ir ietekmējusi Eiropeizācijas procesu laika periodā no 1199. gada līdz 1229. gadam. 1199. gadā, kad Brēmens Hamburgas arhibīskaps Hartvigs II bija iesvētījis bīskapu Albertu par līvu bīskapu, iepriekšējo amatu priekšteču darbība arī nebija atstājusi nekādus paliekošus rezultātus. Bīskapis Bertolds, vēl nespējot nostiprināt savu ietekmi reģionā, vadoties pēc tā laika rakstiskajām liecībām, tika nogalināts. Jaunieceltā bīskapa Alberta rīcībā no saviem priekšgājējiem bija atstāta bīskapiju un Ikšķeles baznīcas mūra nocietinājumi. Bija skaidrs, ka vai nu iepriekš izmantotās metodas ir bijušas neefektīvas, vai arī nebija piepildījušies iepriekšējo priestešu idejas ieceres kristīgās misijas īstenošanai. Un jaunākajā historiogrāfijā ir arī uzsvērts, ka viduslaiku Livonijas kā vēsturiska reģiona formēšanās bija vairāku iesaistīto pušu miedarbības rezultāts, ko mēs arī skaidri jau varam redzēt jau no pirmajiem reģiona formēšanās gadu desmitiem. Tomēr man arī gribētos izcelt personiskā faktora ietekmi uz Eiropeizācijas procesu. Mēs caur bīskapa Alberta piemēru varam redzēt, cik liela loma viduslaikos var būt personīgajam ieguldījumam. Un mēs redzam to, ka bīskaps Alberts lielāko daļu savas dzīves un arī kristīgās misijas laiku ir pavadījis ceļojot, tādējādi ieveidojot personisko sakaru tīklu. Pēc cigāņu medievistu Margarita aptvērsiena bīskaps Alberts 30 gadu laikā kopumā ir 27 reizes kuģojis pāri Baltijas jūrai, 13 reizes dodoties uz Lībeku, 14 reizes dodoties uz Rīgu, intensīvo ceļojumu laikā arī izveidojot personisko kontaktu ar Romas katoļu baznīcas pāvestiem, gan ar Inocentu III, gan ar Honoriju III, gan ar Dānijas karaļiem, Knutu VI un Valdemāru II, Vācijas karaļiem Švabijas Filipu un Friedrihu II, kam klāt nāk arī Ziemeļvācijas arhibīskapi, bīskapi, klosteru abati, bruņniecības pārstāvi un dažādu pilsētu pilsoņu un tam līdzīgi. Būtībā mēs varam redzēt, kā bīskaps Alberts izmanto ceļošanu kā varas pārvaldes sistēmas veidošanas elementu. Un skatoties no politiskās sistēmas veidošanas perspektīvas, bīskaps Alberts, izmantojot savas tiesības un funkcijas, kā bīskapijā hierarhiski visaugstāk esošā amatpersona, viņš ierosināja Romas katoļu baznīcas pāvestam Inocentam III izsludināt krusta karus Austrumbaltijā, tādējādi panākot pagānu apdzīvoto zemju kristianizācijas procesa atbalstīšanu, militāro resursu piesaistes iespējas paplašināšanu un misionāru, kristiešu un neofītu jaunizveidoto baznīcas institūciju un to īpašumu aizsardzību. Un izmantojot karu kā politiskās varas iegūšanas instrumentu, bīskaps Alberts arī risina zemes varas leģitimitātes jautājumu viņam labvēlīgā gultnē, mērķtiecīgi tiecosies pēc universālo varas īstenotāja atbalsta. Krusta karu izsludināšana bija arī būtisks faktors migrācijas procesu intensitātes palielināšanā starp Ziemeļvācijas reģioniem un Austrumbaltiju. Un uzskatām šo procesu parāda Lībeks Arnolds. No visas Saksijas, Vestfālenes un Frīzu zemes salasījās neskaitāmi prelāti, garīdznieki, bruņinieki, tirgotāji, nabagi un bagāti, kas Lībekā dabūja kuģus, ieročus, pārtiku un pēc tam devās uz Austrumbaltiju. Un, ja mēs raksturojam to, kādas ir Austrumbaltijā ieceļošo garīdzniecības pārstāvju iespējas iekļauties baznīcas vai garīgo institūciju struktūrās, tad mēs tās varam raksturot kā diezgan brīvas, jo tā arī uz to norāda arī Heinricha kronikas teksts. Un tad tajā laikā Dievs savai baznīcai par mierinājumu atsūtīja uz Daugavu ļoti daudz ordeņu garīdznieku. Cisterciešu ordeņa abatu Florenciju, Ķelnes baznīcas kanoniķiju Robertu Konrādu no Brēmenes un vairākus citus. Daži no viņiem izvēlējās svētā dzīves veidu tērpu Daugavgrīvā, citi pie ordeņa brāļiem, citi atkal pievērsās sludināšanas darbam. Un elastīgākas integrācijas iespējas bīskapa Alberta veidotajā varas sistēmā pavēra arī citiem garīdzniecības pārstāvjiem iegūt augstāku sociālu statusu, nekā tas varbūt būtu iespējams bijis savā dzimtenē. Un tad, dodoties tālāk, tad kopumā vērtējot viduslaiku bīskapiju un draugu baznīcu tīkla robežas un telpisko novietojumu, tad Austrumbaltijā, kas tika novilkts strīdu un kompromisu rezultātā starp Zobenbrāļu bruņinieku ordeni, Rīgas bīskapu un Dānijas karalu Valdemāru II. Bīskaps Alberts nebija vienīgā ieinteresētā puse kristīgās misijas īstenošanā Austrumbaltijā. Runājot tieši par garīdzniecību kā aktoru, jāpatur prātā, ka īstenībā 13. gadsimta sākumā vēl nemaz nebija skaidrs, kurai no Austrumbaltijas eiropeizācijas procesā ieinteresētajām pusēm būs noteicošā nozīme. Vai tas būs bīskaps Alberts, vai tas būs Dānijas karalis Valdemārs II ar Lundas arhibīskapu Andreasu Sunesenu, vai tomēr kādā brīdī pēkšņi notiks kāds pagrieziens un noteicošā loma būs Zobenbrāļu ordenī vai arī kādam citam bīskapam. Lai Austrumbaltijā izveidotu sabalansētu un stabilu politiskās varas sistēmu, bīskaps Alberts ap sevi mērķiecīgi bija pulcējis atsevišķas personas, pieņemsim lēņa vīrus, personu grupas, un dibināja un piesaistīja laicīgas un garīgas institūcijas, pieņemsim Rīgas pilsēta, tika dibināta bīskapiju tīkls, tika veidots Svētās Marijas domkapitula institūcijas izveidošana, Zobenbrāļu mūku bruņinieku ordenis, Cistertiešu mūku ordenis un citi, kas viņa veidotajā varas vertikālā atradās viņa pakļautībā. Tomēr izrādījās, ka viņa veidotajā politiskās varas nodalī bija arī citas institūcijas, kas izrādīja pretenzijas uz laicīgo varu, kas mums atklāja, ka garīdzniecība eiropeizācijas procesā mēs viņu nevaram uztvert kā homogēnu vai viendabīgu. Un pirmkārt, bīskapa Alberta iespēja veidot vienam atstāvīgu bīskapiju sistēmu sašaurināja Dānijas karalistes ekspansiju Ziemeļigaunijā, kuras rezultātā Dānijas karalis Valdemārs II 1219. gadā dibināja Rēveles bīskapiju. Otrkārt, patstāvīga karaspēka nodrošinājuma nepieciešamības dēļ Austrumbaltijā 1202. gadā tika dibināts Zobenbrāļu mūku ordenis, tomēr izrādījās, ka Inocenta III piešķirtā templiešu mūku bruņinieku regula paredzēja tiesības ordenim pārvaldīt savu piederošos īpašumus, kas bija viena no bruņinieku ordeņu darbības arī nodrošināšanas praksēm tuvajos austrumos. Un acīm redzami Zobenbrāļu bruņinieka ordeņa brāļi pavisam skaidri apzinājās sev piešķirtās tiesības un visam nekautrējās izrādīt neatkarības centienus, un viņi arī drīz vien sāka aktīvi iesaistīties garīgo institūciju tīkla izveidē Austrumbaltijā. Un 1207. gadā Zobenbrāļu bruņinieku ordenis līdzīgi kā templiešu ordenis ir darījis tuvajos austrumos, viņš pieprasīja sev trešdaļu no iekarotajām Austrumbaltijas zemēm, veidojot arī savus pārvaldītus laicīgus un garīgus zemes valdījumus. Un ir pieļaujama iespējamība, ka šādu soli Zobenbrāļu bruņinieku ordeni ir pamudinājis, pieņemsim, Lundas arhibīskaps Andreas Sunesens dažus no ordeņa brāļiem satiekot Rīgā 1207. gada ziemā, kad Svētās Marijas baznīcas mācītājiem esot lasījis teoloģiskas pamācības. Pēc Zobenbrāļu bruņinieku ordeņa pieprasījuma bīskaps Alberts viņiem piešķīra trešo daļu iekaroto teritoriju, taču pēc Kronikas stāstītā iespējams, hipotētiski Zobenbrāļu bruņinieku ordeņa ambīcijas ir bijušas vēl lielākas, jo esot prasījis trešo daļu zemes, kas vēl nebija ne iekarotas, ne kristīgajai ticībai pievērstas. Tā kā zemes kunga dominus terrae vara Austrumbaltijā tikai veidojās, ka arī nebija skaidrs, kurš no ieinteresētajiem politiskiem spēkiem šeit tieši nostiprināsies, tad ikviena no iesaistītajām pusēm jūta nepieciešamību pēc viduslaiku universālo varas autoritāšu atbalsta, kurām Austrumbaltijas gadījumā bija varas sistēmu stabilizējoša vai arī leģitimējoša funkcija. Un kā arī atzīst igauņu medievists Mihails Mēslu, viduslaiku Livonija bija reģions, kurā varas nesēja attiecības ar romiešu Vācu karali, jeb Svētās Romas impērijas ķeizaru veidoja un uzturēja paši pēc savas iniciatīvas, nebūtu pakļauti ķeizara spiedienam. Un jau pat garīdzniecības ietvaros savstarpēji konkurējošās personas un personu grupas izmantoja Svētās Romas imperatora atbalstu, lai iegūtu laicīgās varas leģitimitāti. Atsevišķas tiesības un privilēģijas tādējādi risinot šīs radušās konflikta situācijas. Kā pirmais bīskaps Alberts 1207. gadā Rīgas bīskapību saņēma kā Lēnina no Švabijas Filipa, Svētā Romas impērijas ķeizara kandidāti, bet vēlāk, kad bīskaps Alberts regālijas no Svētā Romas impērijas ķeizara Henriha VII. Saņēma atkārtoti, arī viņa brālis Tārbatas bīskaps Hermans un Samsolas senamā bīskaps Gofrīds arī griezās pie imperatora, lūdzot piešķirt sev tādas pašas tiesības attiecībā pret viņu pārvaldītajām bīskapijām. Arī zobenbrāļu Burtnieku ordenis nestāvēja malā un aktīvi komunicēja ar Svētās Romas imperatoriem ar vairāk kārtīgiem lūgumiem apstiprināt viņu teritorijas un varas kompetences, lai nodrošinātu savu neatkarību no bīskapiem laicīgajos jautājumos. Un tad mēģinot šo visu situāciju kopsavilkt, tad pievienotā vērtība, analizējot garīdzniecības kā aktoru iesaistas nozīmībā, Austrumbaltijas eiropeizācijas procesā ir pievēršana tieši caur savstarpējo mijiedarbības prizmu. Lai arī garīdzniecības kā aktora darbība Austrumbaltijas eiropeizācijas procesā nebija vienota un nedarbojas pēc bīskapa Alberta iecerēm kā viena sistēmiska vienība, tā spēja visefektīvāk, iespējams savas iepriekš iegūtās politiskās pieredzes dēļ, veidot jaunas struktūras un institūcijas. Trūkstošo varas leģitimitātes rīku dēļ, laicīgās pārvaldes sistēma Austrumbaltijā veidojās ļoti sadrumstalot, kā arī mēs varam redzēt šajā kartē, bet šo garīgo institūciju formēšanās procesu novilka galvenās robežlīnijas katras iesaistītās puses laicīgās varas kompetencēs un reizē kalpoja par aizmetni nemitīgiem konfliktiem par varas hegemoniju Livonijā, kas bija viens no šīs Livonijas politiskās kultūras rakstura elementiem līdz pat viduslaiku Livonijas iziršanai. Garīgo un laicīgo struktūru veidošana Austrumbaltijā bija cieši sasaistītas viena ar otru, jo galveno iniciatīvu šajā procesā bija uzņēmies bīskaps, kurš savā diecēzē varēja veikt šīs laicīgās varas funkcijas. Un ņemot vērā šo ierobežoto laiku ietveru, tas bija tik daudz, cik es varēju izstāstīt, lai gan zem katra no šiem fenomeniem varētu tiešām vēl ļoti daudz stāstīt. Un paldies jums par uzmanību un gaidīšu kādus jautājumus sesijas noslēgumā.
Jā, paldies, Elīza. Tātad, jā, jautājums atstāsim sesijas noslēgumam. Tagad droši tātad piefiksējiet, ja jums bija kādi jautājumi vai komentāri Elīzai. Turpināsim ar nākošo referātu, kas mums ir sagatavojis Justīne Fišere. Justīne droši var sākt jau prezentēt savu prezentāciju, iespējot. Tātad Justīnes referāts būs par mazās ģildes cumtu pārkāpumu un sodu antropoloģiju 14. gadsimta otrā pusē, 17. gadsimta sākumā. Vadoties pēc šrāgu tekstiem. Labdien, lūdzu, varat sākt.
Jā. Labdien! Man ziņojuma tēma, kā jau jūs minējāt, ir Rīgas mazās ģildes cunftu pārkāpumu un sodu antropoloģija 14. gadsimta otrā puse līdz 17. gadsimta sākums šrāgu tekstu piemērs. Rīgas mazās ģildes cunftu darbība tika strikti reglamentēta amatu šrāgās, kas bija oficiāli Rīgas pilsētas rātes apstiprināta likumi. Rīgas amatnieku šrāgas tika pārņemtas no citām Baltijas jūras reģionu pilsētām un pārstrādātas atbilstoši vietējiem sociāli-ekonomiskajiem un kultūras apstākļiem. Paralēli šrāgu punktos izskatītajiem jautājumiem par jauno meistaru uzņemšanu amatā, prasībām pret izstrādājumu kvalitāti, sociālās palīdzības un citiem jautājumiem tiek minēti arī dažādi pārkāpumi un tiem pielīdzināti sodi. Soda nomaksa mainījās atbilstoši vēsturiskajam kontekstam. Šrāgu tekstos minētās soda nomaksas ir sistematizējums vairākās grupās. Tās tiek izmantotas reliģiskajiem rituāliem, pilsētas aizsardzībai, sociālajām vajadzībām un citur. Šrāgas tiek izstrādātas balstoties uz kopienas mērķiem un interesēm, bet katrs pārkāpums grupas ietvaros ir kā apdraudējums tām. Ņemot vērā tēmas apjomu, ziņojuma mērķis ir sniegt priekšstatu par Rīgas mazās ģildes cunftu pārkāpumu un sodu antropoloģijas problemātiku. Par pārkāpumiem bija paredzēti dažādi sodu veidi. Šrāgu tekstos sodu maksājumi izdalāmi tādās kategorijās kā patēriņa priekšmeti, nauda un izslēgšana no amata uz noteiktu laiku vai pavisam. Kā patēriņa priekšmeti šrāgās tiek minēts vasks un alus. Šādas samaksas veids visbiežāk šrāgu tekstos ir raksturīgs soda nomaksai pirms reformācijas. Samaksa vaskā ir paredzēta diviem mērķiem – reliģiskajiem rituāliem un organizācijas iekšējiem patēriņam. Vaska daudzums bija atkarīgs no nodarījuma smaguma. Šāds soda mērs viduslaikos līdz pat 16. gadsimta sākumam bija ļoti izplatīts, jo vasks galvenokārt tika izmantots amatu altāru svecēm. Vairākos gadījumos maksājums vaskā netiek norādīts kā maksājums amatam, bet svētajam aizbildnim, jeb amatu altāriem baznīcās. Vasks tika izmantots arī pašu amatnieku cunftu sanāksmi un dzīru telpu apgaismojumam. Aplūkojot šrāgu tekstus, ir redzams, ka vasks bijis paredzēts amata iekšējai lietošanai. Tad šrāgu tekstā tiek lietots apzīmējums kompānijai vai amatam. Savukārt, ja vasks bija paredzēts sveču veidā reliģiskajiem baznīcas rituāliem, piemēram, gaismas uzturēšanai altārī vai aizlūgumiem, tad tiek lietots simbolisks apzīmējums gaisma. Piemēram, Kalēja 1382. gada šrāgās tiek norādīts apzīmējums gaisma, kas šajā gadījumā būtu jāsaprot kā altārs. Izprast apzīmējumu gaismu šrāgu tekstos palīdz amata grāmata. Salīdzinot Kalēja cunftas 1382. gada šrāgu tekstus ar ierakstiem pirms reformācijas amata grāmatā, kur parādās jau konkrēts maksājuma mērķis, nevis vairs nekonkrētam altārim, bet svētajam lojam, jeb amata aizbildnim svētajam Elīgiem. Rakstītajos avotos visbiežāk minēts 1 lispuns, jeb ap 8 kilogramiem vaska. Interesanti, ka amata grāmatā netiek minēts altāris, bet tas tiek personificēts kā pats svētais, norādot 1 lispuns vaska lojam. Vienīgā cunfte, kuras šrāgu tekstā tiek nosaukts altāris, ir maiznieka cunfte. Piemēram, 1392. gada maiznieka cunftes šrāgās minēts. Viņam ir jāmaksā 1 lispuns vaska svētajai miesai par labu svētās miesas altārim. Otrs šrāgu tekstos minētais soda nomaksas veids ir alus. Soda nomaksa ar alu ir konstatējama daudz retāk nekā vasks. Alus kā soda nomaksa paredzēta cunftas sociālajām vajadzībām un cunftas iekšējiem profesionālajiem rituāliem. Alus patēriņš organizācijā bija liels, to lietoja visās cunftas kopā sanākšanas reizēs, gan sapulcēs, gan svētkos. Visbiežāk alu min kā samaksu, kuru cunftei jāmaksā par katru jauno mācekli. Tomēr soda izpirkšana ar alu tiek konstatēta vairākos gadījumos, piemēram, maiznieka 1392. gada šrāgu piemērā, kā sods par noteiktā laika neievērošanu kalpu nolīgšanā, līdztekus vaskam minēts arī alus. Sods ir 2 markpundi, jeb 2 Rīgas markas mārciņas, kas būtu ap 831 gramu vaska svētās miesas altārim un 1 muca alus. Šāda cunftu šrāgās minētā soda samaksa patēriņa priekšmetu veidā norāda uz samērā nelielo naudas apgrozījumu Rīgas pilsētā. Zeltkaļa cunfte, kura bija visbagātākā savās šrāgās kā soda nomaksa, norāda tikai naudu vai sudrabu attiecīgajā svarā. Pievēršoties naudai kā soda nomaksas veidam, tā atsevišķos gadījumos ir prasīta arī citos amatos laikā pirms reformācijas. Piemēram, 14. gadsimta kurpnieku šrāgās, kurās par kurpju izlikšanu pārdošanai pirms dievkalpojuma beigām, Svētā Pētera baznīcā sods ir 2 ārtigi. Pēc šrāgas teksta grūti noskaidrot, kas naudu saņem, jo tajā nav norādīts konkrēts naudas saņēmējs. Domājams, ka naudu saņem rāte. Arī citi piemēri liecina, ka pilsētas rāde par cunftu amatnieku pārkāpumiem nomaksas saņem tikai naudā. Piemēram, Zeltkaļa cunftas 1360. gada šrāgas norāda, tam, kas strādā svētā dienā, rātes kungiem jāmaksā sods pusmārciņa feniņu. Ņemot vērā, ka Svētā Pētera baznīca ir pilsētas jeb rātes baznīca, pārkāpums pret baznīcu ir pārkāpums pret visu kristīgo pilsētas sabiedrību, tāpēc maksājums tiek veikts pilsētas rātei. Naudā izteiktā soda maksa atspoguļo Rīgas pilsētas naudas apgrozību. Šrāgās ir minēti gan monētu nomināli, piemēram, markas ārtīgi feniņi, gan svara mērvienības, kādās, piemēram, zeltkaļu cunftē jāmaksā soda naudas ekvivalents dārgmetālā. Zeltkaļu šrāgās 1542. gadā teikts, ja Eltermanim kāds sūdzas par zeltu vai sudrabu, kuru tas saņēmis no cilvēkiem, tad viņam tas 14 dienās jāatlīdzina un jāsamaksā. Ja tas to nedara, tad viņam amatam un rātei jāmaksā pusmarka sudraba, ko viņš var atvietot ar 12 markām, un viņam uz pusgadu jāzaudē amata tiesības. Pēc reformācijas šrāgu tekstos notiek pavērsiens, vairākas amatu šrāgas tiek pārrakstītas atbilstoši jaunajiem standartiem, tās kļūst profesionālākas un detalizētāk izstrādātas. Tekstos parādās Rīgas pilsētas problemātika. Pēc reformācijas soda nauda vairs netiek pieprasīta vaska veidā. Baznīcas grautiņos svēto altāri tika iznīcināti. Reformētajā baznīcā svēto kults vairs nepastāvēja. Luteriskajā baznīcā nebija rituāli, kam būtu bijuši nepieciešams sveces. Soda apmaksai vasks tiek aizstāts ar konkrētu naudas summu, piemēram, stiklnieku cunftes 1541. gada šrāgās, kas apstiprināts pēc reformācijas. 3 markas sudraba un amatam 1 mucu alus. Tātad amata kungam, kurš ir pilsētas rādes deleģēta persona, kas uzrauga cunftes darbību, bija jāmaksā sods naudā, bet līdztekus tam amats saņēma mucu alus. Bet tas neizskaidro vaska kā soda naudas pilnīgu izzušanu no šrāgu tekstiem. Kāpēc pazūd soda nomaksa vaska veidā, kuras saņēmējs ir pats amats un to izmanto telpu apgaismošanai? Skaidrojums šai parādībai meklējams straujajā Rīgas saimnieciskajā attīstībā un preču naudas attiecību pieaugumam. Smagākais sods par pārkāpumu bija izslēgšana no amata. Biežāk tas notika, ja amata meistars nekvalitatīvi veica savu darbu, tādējādi apdraudot visas cunftes reputāciju. Piemēram, ja zeltkalis vilto vai izgatavo mazvērtīgu priekšmetu. Ja tas notiek otro reizi, jāmaksā sods 2 markas. Ja trešo reizi, meistaru padzen no amata. Bet atsevišķiem gadījumiem bija iespējama darbnīcas slēgšana uz laiku. Atpelnot nodarījumu ar labu darbu, meistars varēja savu darbnīcu atvērt pēc pusgada. Noteicošā loma smagākajos pārkāpumos un soda atmaksā bija pilsētas rātei, piemēram, 1595. Gada cepurnieku cunftes šrāgās minēts, ka amata brāļiem bija jādzīvo saticībā un cieņā, neaizvainojot vienam otru. Pretējā gadījumā ir jāmaksā 2 markas. Par smagākajiem aizskaršanas gadījumiem, konfliktiem un apsūdzībām atbild pilsētas pārvalde, jeb rāta kā augstākā pilsētas tiesas institūcija. Pēc šrāgu tekstiem Rīgas pilsētas rāte varēja arī apsūdzēto meistaru atbrīvot no uzliktā soda. Sodu analīze norāda uz sabiedrības normām un vērtībām, kādas valda attiecīgā laika sabiedrībā. Sodu pētniecība ir viens no veidiem, kā aplūkot sabiedrības izpausmes. Soda apmērs par pārkāpumiem liecina par to, kas bija svarīgākais attiecīgajā sabiedrībā. Jāņem vērā, ka viduslaiku Rīgā 13. gadsimtā sākot formēties ģildēm, tās bija vērstas uz sociālajiem un reliģiskajiem principiem. 14. gadsimta otrajā pusē, izveidojoties profesionālajām ģildēm, to forma tika pārņemta no vācu zemēm. Analizējot pirmo amatu šrāgu tekstus 14. un 15. gadsimtā, ir vērojams, ka pārņemtie amatu statūti ir pielīdzināti Rīgas amatniekiem, bet vēlākos šrāgu tekstos ir redzamas būtiskas izmaiņas. Tajos ir ietverta Rīgas pilsētas amatnieku ikdiena un tās problemātika, kas atbilst sociāla-ekonomiskajai un politiskajai situācijai. Analizējot Šrāgu tekstos minētās soda nomaksas, ir redzams, ka visbiežāk minētais nomaksas veids viduslaikos ir vasks, kas paredzēts galvenokārt reliģiskajiem rituāliem un amata vajadzībām. Tas sasaucas ar viduslaikiem raksturīgo kristīgo pasaules redzējumu. Savukārt pēc reformācijas par galveno soda nomaksas veidu kļūst nauda, kas saistīta ar preču naudas attiecību pieaugumu pilsētā. Attīstoties sabiedrībai, Šrāgās arvien vairāk tika reglamentēta tieši profesionālā amatnieku darbība. Pārrakstot Šrāgas, īpaši pēc reformācijas vērojams, ka amatu likumi piemērojas vietējiem sociālo-ekonomiskajiem un politiskajiem apstākļiem, kā bargākais sods, kas paliek nemainīgs, gan pirms, gan pēc reformācijas ir izslēgšana no cunftas, ko piemēro par nekvalitatīvu padarītu darbu, kas apdraudēja visu amatu. Paldies par uzmanību!
Tā, paldies, Justīne. Šobrīd teiksim Justīnai paldies. Nākošais mums runās Vitālijs Varnakovs par ļoti, manuprāt, intriģējošu tēmu par Ivana IV mērķiem Baltijā Livonijas kara laikā. Lūdzu, prezentāciju.
Tā, labākie sveicieni, diezgan raksturīgi un patiešām, ka jūs teicat, sava ziņa pat provokatīvi, ka šo tēmu tieši par Livonijas karu. Es runāju pasakumu, kuru organiza Valmieras muzejs, ņemot vērā, ka Valmiera kā pilsēta bija cieši saistīta ar Valmieras pilsēta bija cieši saistīta. Vai prezentācija ir redzama?
Tā, šobrīd nav. Justīne, jums vajadzētu atslēgt prezentāciju.
Jā, par to ir runa.
Tūlīt mēģināsim. Tā, lūdzu, tagad varat, Vitālij.
Jau tā, bet... Tā, nu, kā jau teicu, jo patiešām no sava pirma vēstulē no kņaza Kurska Ivanam IV viņš tur rakstīja Valmiera, savukārt jau otru sūtījumu no Ivana IV jau 1577. Gada viņš jau pats rakstīja no Valmieras. Tas daudz par ko mums saka. Bet runājot tieši par mērķiem, es tagad, kad jau teiksim tā, pavisam nesen nofilmēju šitu Krievu seriālu ar daudzām kļūdām, un šajā ziņā uzreiz runājot par tiem cēloņiem un runājot par mērķiem, varu uzreiz uzbrukt tā ideja, ka Ivans IV uzsaka šitu karu 1558. Gada tieši vadoties pēc tirdzniecības nolūkiem, teiksim tā, un ar mēģinājumu tikt pie Baltijas jūras piekrastēm. Nu, pirmkārt, vajag teikt, ka jau tajos laikos 16. gadsimtā mums jau, teiksim tā, Krievija jau bija izēja uz Baltijas jūru, pat precīzāk sakot, tā bija 200 km gara piekrastes līnija, tad tur, kur ir Somijas līcis, un starp citu, vajag teikt, ka arī pēc kara izbeigšanas, pēc kara izbeigšanas Krievija uz plusa pamieras pamatiem joprojām šitais te Oriehovas apgabals saglabāsies, neskatoties uz Zviedru spiedienu, un tas parunas par to izēju uz Baltijas jūru paliks arī pēc tam jau Borisa Godunova valdīšanas laikus. Tātad citiem vārdiem sakot, ja ja tik tiešām tie motīvi būtu iziet pie Baltijas jūras piekrastiem, tad kāpēc šis karš bija tomēr zaudēts? Kāpēc paši Krievi uzskatīja, ka karš ir zaudēts, jo izieta nekur nepalika? Un no turienes mēs varam, protams, spriest arī par to, cik liela mērā tad bija svarīga tā tirdzniecība. Runājot tieši par Maskavas cara interesam un vispār Krievijas interesam kā tādam, nav iespējams teikt, ka tur tirdzniecība varēja nospēlēt kaut cik svarīgu lomu, kaut vai tāpēc, ka Ladogas piekrastē tur ap to laiku mēs varējām saskatīt vairāk par 100 ciematiem, kur tātad tradicionāli 2 reizes gada notika tāds tipiskais gada tirgus, tātad respektīvi Ziemassvētku gada tirgus un Uspenskas gada tirgus, bet piedodiet, tiem bija tikai lokālais raksturs. Līdz ar to principā, un pēc tam šito momentu mēs apspriedīsim, pirmā avoti tieši no Maskavas puses mums gandrīz neko par tirdzniecību neizsaka. Un tas principā skaidrojums arī eventuāli ar turpmāko Krievijas tirdzniecību, jo kā par to rakstīja Vasilijs Dorošenko, arī 17. gadsimta, respektīvi visas preces gāja no Krievzemes, tātad no Pleskavas un Novgoroda, tātad vai nu pa upes ceļiem, vai nu pa sauszemi. Tas viss gāja uz Rīgu, un pēc tam jau tālāk tas viss jau gāja pa Baltijas jūru. Un tas skaidrojums arī tāpēc, ka, piedodiet, Krievijas cars tas nav Nīderlandes štadgalteris vai no Anglijas lord protektors, lai rūpēties par tirdzniecības buržuāzijas interesam. No otras puses var iebilst, varbūt it kā ideja bija tikt pie Baltijas jūras, lai izveidot ne jau tirdzniecisku, bet, teiksim, tā karafloti, bet piedodiet, arī pirms kara laika Olafa Magnusa liecības par nelieliem kuģiem, kur varēja ievietot labākā gadījumā kādi 25 cilvēki, mums liecina par to, ka diez vai tādi mērķi bija. Un pēc tam jau tikai 1570. gada uz skatuves parādās tāda persona kā Karstens Rodēn, daņu pirāts, jo attiecības bija, tā samērā par to laiku vēl, principā vēl labas, teiksim tā, ar Daniju apskatāmai laikposmu, bet tā paša 1570. gada viņu paši Daņi arestēja, ieslodzīja un cars nebija ieinteresēts. Un atbildot tomēr uz jautājumu, kādi bija patiesie mērķi, mēs varam vērsties pie tā laika kronikas vēstījumiem, ko mums ziņo, teiksim tā, no Livonijas puses Baltazars Rusovs kronists, un no turienes mēs zinām tādu sižetu par 40,000 dalderiem, taleriem vai nu krieviski Jefimkam, ko bija jāsamaksā Terbatas biskupijai, pamatojoties uz to, ka kādreiz bija tādas savstarpējas attiecības, teiksim, tā, ko kādreiz Terbata vēl, sakot, ar dziļiem tādiem attīstītiem viduslaikiem maksāja Krievzemei. Un starp citu vajag teikt, ka šita prasība bija izvirzīta pat tālu ne pirmoreiz. Analoģiskas prasības skanēja arī 15. gadsimtā. Un, teiksim tā, un viņa prata, tad šo karu maskavieši saka ne tādēļ, lai iekarotu Livonijas pilsētas, bet lai piespiestu Livonijas kartes turēt savus solījumus. Un starp citu, neskatoties uz to, ka kopumā Terbatas biskupam un ordeņmeistram un visiem pārējiem tomēr izdevās savākt pat lielāku naudu, tur saskaņā ar to pašu Rusovu. Tā summa sasniedza līdz pat 60,000 dalderiem. Cars tomēr atteicas, jo Livonijai viņš jau esot vairāk ieguvis nekā varēja. Un tas tāds punkts, teiksim, tā jau būs 1500, bišķi nobraucu, 58. gads, kad tika ieņemta Narva ar masīviem artilērijas sitieniem. Un tātad, principā, kas no turienes redzams. Otrakārt, kas mums par to saka, tas, teiksim tā, par Jāņa Bargāja, Ivana IV izleņot šo teritoriju, Tas ir arī, ko es jau minēju paši savu vēstījuma sākuma, tātad viņa vēstulēs saturs ar viņu kādreizēju vojevodu kņazu Kurbski, kuru viņš pats sevi kur viņš deva Livoniju par savu vočinu, jeb par savu feudu, jeb par savu pat domēnu, varam tā teikt. Un pat savā otrajā vēstījumā viņš arī deva sevi tā, kā государь отчины и обладатель земли Лифлянской, немецкого чину. Jeb tātad citiem vārdiem sakot, viņš ir likumīgais Livonijas valdnieks. Ko mums par to vēl saka? Pirmkārt, arī Ļebeģevas kronikas vēstījums mums diezgan daudz, ko saka par to pārunu gaitu starp ordiņmeistra delegāciju un visiem pārējiem. Tā ir paša 54. gada, vēl pirms tas viss bija sācies, teiksim tā, kur runa bija galvenokārt par nodevam, citiem vārdiem sakot, Ivans Bargais tomēr drīzāk būtu viduslaiku domāšanas cilvēks skaties uz Livoniju kā savu lēni. Un no turienes vēršoties pie tā laika pirmavotiem, mēs redzam arī to, ko mums atstāja paši vācieši, kas pēc neilga ieslodzījuma tomēr kādu laiku dienēja pie Ivana IV, bet vienalga tomēr viņu pameta. Piemēram, kad jau pats Fürstenbergs priekšpēdējais vācu ordiņā Livonijas atzara meistars bija arestēts, piemēram, jau gan von Taube, viņš ziņo, ka, piemēram, Ivans IV gribēja Gotthārdu Ketleri iecert par savu vasāli. Neskatoties uz to, ka Gotthārds Ketleris viņam vispār nepatika. Tolaik Ketleris vispār nevienam nepatika patiesība, jo viņš ieguva varu it kā negluži godīgi. Bet, un cik interesanti, arī von Stādens cits mužnieks, cits vācu mužnieks, kas dienēja pie Ivana Bargaja, arī mums ziņa, bet šoreiz jau ar Fürstenbergu, kurš jau bija tajā laika izslodzīts, bija analoģiska rakstura dialogs, tātad respektīvi ar piedāvājumu kļūt par Jāņa Bargaja vasāli tieši Livonijā. Bet jāņem vērā, ka gan Taube, gan von Stādena, gan arī Krūza un visu pārēju vācu mužnieku rakstītu laiku dalīt uz 10. Un droši vien mēs varam runāt par hercogu Magnusu. Rekurs starp citu arī izvilkums no...
Vitālijs Varnakovs, šeit mēs neredzam jūsu prezentāciju.
Kā to var būt, uzgaidiet?
Jums ir jāiespēja vēlreiz present now, labajā pusē apakšā.
Tūlīt, tā.
Rādīt tūlīt.
Labi, varbūt es varu vienkārši...
Varbūt vienkārši turpiniet, jo principā mēs saprotam, uztveram visu šo...
Labi, es varu varbūt palielināt.
Nē, mēs vienkārši neredzam, viņi nerādās ekrānā. Jums ir jāpievieno rādīt tūlīt vai angļu versijā present now.
Es redzu, kas par problēmu, ja viņš rāda pavisam ne to, ko vajag. Pieņemsim. Tur principā viss jau pateikts patiesībā. Tur drīzāk jau materiāls, drīzāk vizuālas uztveres materiāls.
Jā, droši turpiniet runāt, jā.
Jā. Un, respektīvi, ko tas viss nozīmē? Jā, tā kā pašam Magnusenam, par ko arī starp citu rakstīts Ivana IV Leņa grāmatas tiek veltīta Livonija, Livonijas apgabalī, vai vēl tādi iespējams varianti, ka to varēja būt izleņoti vai opričniekiem līdz 72. gadam, vai zemšinai. Un jā, principā, no turienes rodas secinājumi, ka pirmā avotu analīze mums maz ko saka par tradicionāliem, teiksim, uzskatiem par Ivana IV mērķiem tikt pie Baltijas jūras piekrastam, drīzāk tieši par izleņošanu. Vai ir kādi jautājumi?
Tā, šobrīd paldies. Pie jautājumiem tad atgriezīsimies sesijas beigās. Neatslēdzieties no sanāksmes, palieciet ar mums.
Nu, es to no pašu rīta.
Jā, ļoti patīkam. Tā, tagad turpināsim ar nākošo runātāju, kurš mums būs Mikuš Žagata. Ar tēmu par Zviedru karaspēku apgādi Vidzemē 1700. gadā. 1701. gadā. Labdien, Miku, droši.
Vai mani redz un dzird?
Redzam un dzirdam, viss notiek.
Jā, ļoti labi. Tātad, kā jau konferences programma norāda, esmu Mikuš Žagata, vēstures maģistra grādu ieguvu Latvijas universitātē. Ar dalību konferencē es vēlos padarīt plašākai publikai pieejamas tās atziņas, kuras guvu vācot materiālus savam maģistru darbam. Tātad, pirmām kārtām, dalībnieku sadalījums konferences programmā norāda uz vienu no šīs tēmas aktualitātes iemesliem, proti Latvijas jauno laiku vēstures pētnieku ir maz, un attiecīgi šis periods, proti lielais Ziemeļu karš, Latvijas historiogrāfijā ir relatīvi maz izpētīts. Pētnieki, kuri tieši vai pastarpināti pievērsušies padziļinātai 18. gadsimta sākuma izpētē, ir Edgars Dunsdorfs, kurš mūža lielāko daļu strādāja trimdā, un Margarita Jakovļeva, kura lielu Ziemeļu karu pētījusi caur Kurzemes un Zemgales hercogistas prizmu. Savukārt, fakts, ka interese par lielo Ziemeļu karu sabiedrībā ir, parādās, ka Arnis Koks Jumītis pat ir izdevis uniformoloģijas žanram veldītu grāmatu zem kāļu 12. karogiem latviešu karavīri 18. gadsimta Zviedrijas armijā. Tāpat mūsdienās nereti nepieciešams izvērtēt sabiedrībā iesakņojušos mītus par dažādiem vēstures notikumiem, kurus Latvijas mūsdienu historiogrāfija aicina kritiski izvērtēt. Arī gatavojot savu pētījumu, sistemātiski saskāros ar Zviedru perioda Latvijā kā labo laiku raksturojumu, vai latviešu zemesargu Zviedru armijā kā nozīmīgi karotāju raksturojumu. Šis pētījums palīdz veicināt objektīvāku izpratni par situāciju. Īpaši zīmīgi tas šķiet, jo 2021. gadā apritēs 300 gadi kopš oficiālā Lielā Ziemeļu kara miera līguma Nīštatē noslēgšanas un Vidzemes, visas Igaunijas, Ingrijas un Vīborgas lēņa de jure pāriešanu Krievijas caristas īpašumā. Atzīmējot šo pagrieziena punktu, būtu svarīgi izprast notikumus, kas noveda pie šāda iznākuma. Tātad pētījums ir balstīts uz līdz šim Latvijas historiogrāfijā maz izmantoto Latvijas valsts vēstures arhīvā glabāto Vidzemes Zviedru ģenerālgubernatora kancelēs fondu un tā sastāvā esošajām lietām no Vidzemes ģenerālgubernatora Ehrlicha Dālderes sarakstas ar Zviedrijas karali Kārli 12. Vidzemes foktiem, Igaunijas ekonomiskā apgabala pārvaldnieku Gustavu Adolfu Stromfeldu, kā arī kara kolēģijas un kara komisariāta lietas. Tātad referātu es dalīšu 3 daļās. Pirmajā daļā stāstīšu par Zviedru armijas apgādi 1700. gada septembrī, oktobrī, tālāk aprakstīšu apgādes sagatavošanu 1701. gada kampaņai un visbeidzāk skaidrošu apgādes nodrošinājumu faktiskā marša uz Rīgu laikā 1701. gada jūnijā. Un tad, pievēršoties pašam pētījumam, tad 1700. gada augustā Zviedrijas karalis Kārlis 12. uzdeva Vidzemes ģenerālgubernatoram Ērikam Dālbergam izveidot armijas magazīnas, noliktavas, ar visu nepieciešamo kā cilvēkiem, tā zirgiem, lai no Zviedrijas un Somijas nākošajiem spēkiem uzturs pietikt līdz mājiem mēnesim. Lai gan uzdevums tika dots augusta vidū, Rīgā ģenerālgubernators to saņem tikai mēnesi vēlāk, un faktisko sagatavošanos karaļa armijas uzņemšanai sāk tikai 1700. gada septembra vidū. Drīz vien tika secināts, ka Vidzemes latviešu apdzīvotā daļa kara dēļ lielā mērā ir izpostīta. Un te ir neliela ilustrācija tam, ko es stāstu. Un būs sarežģīti vai neiespējami no tās gūt resursus karaspēka uzturēšanas noliktavu aizpildīšanai. Proti, Vidzemes dienvidu daļu bija izpostījis un izlaupījis sakšu karaspēks, savukārt latviešu apdzīvotās Vidzemes ziemeļu daļu līdz Gaujai bija iztukšojis tur pa vasaru stacionētais Zviedru karaspēks. Lai izpildītu karaļa uzdevumu, Vidzemes ģenerālgubernators aizliedza pārtikas izvešanu no Vidzemes provinces uz Igaunijas provinci. kā arī lūdza turienes ģenerālgubernatoram nepieņemt labību, kas tiek vesta no Vidzemes. Tāpat lūdzu palīdzēt magazīnu izveidēji ar proviantu pievedumiem. Līdzīgs plāns bija padomā arī attiecībā uz Ingrijas provinci. Savukārt Vidzemes provinces līmenī Igauņu ekonomiskā apgabala pārvaldniekam tika uzdots ieņemt pēc iespējas pilnīgāku īru no muižu īrniekiem, noalgot darbiniekus magazīnu apkalpošanai, kā arī sākt faktisko magazīnu piepildīšanu ar proviantu un furāžu. Magazīnas bija plānotas tātad Tērbatā, Pērnavā, Viljandī un Polcamā. Kā izrādījās, tad, kamēr Vidzemes ģenerālgubernators bija bloķēts Rīgā, Igauņu ekonomiskā apgabala pārvaldnieks jau bija licis rezervēt ievērojumu apjomu provianta un furāžas no viņam pakļautiem apriņķiem, un daļa jau bija savākta magazīnās, vai arī nogādāta Zviedru karaspēku nometnē Rujenā. Latviešu ekonomiskajā apgabalā attiecīgas pavēles izpildēja izdeva Rujenā esošā Zviedru karaspēku komandieris ģenerālis Velings. Lai gan sākotnēji šīs magazīnas tika veidotas pieņemot, ka Kārlis 12. ar armiju virzīsies pretī Sakšu armijai, kas bloķēja Rīgu. Tomēr tā kā pilsētas blokāde bija jau noņemta un Sakšu armija bija devusies uz ziemas nometnes vietām, tad Zviedru armija tika vērsta pret Narvas pilsētu aplencošo Krievu karaspēku. Tāpēc oktobra beigās Vidzemes provinces magazīnās savāktie resursi bija jāpārved uz Rakveres pilsētu Igaunijas provincē karaļa armijas vajadzībām. Un tajās pašās Vidzemes magazīnās bija jāsāk resursu uzkrāšana 1701. gada Zviedru armijas kampaņai. Pēc uzvaras pār Pētera I karaspēku pie Narvas novembra beigās, kad kļuva skaidrs, ka Zviedru armija savu ceļu turpinās pret Sakšu karaspēku, Vidzemes ģenerālgubernators uzdeva abiem Vidzemes ekonomisko apgabalu pārvaldniekiem personīgi nodrošināt magazīnu atkārtot piepildīšanu ar proviantu un furāžu. Magazīnas paredzēja izveidot iepriekšējās lokācijās, kā arī jaunās vietās – Laisā, Ķirepi un Valmierā. Jau decembrī Igaunijas ekonomiskā apgabala pārvaldnieks Stromfelds brīdināja ģenerālgubernatoru, ka varētu rasties problēmas ar proviantu un furāžas ievākšanu provinces austrumu pierobežā, kur sistemātiski postīja Krievu iebrukumi. Tā, piemēram, nokļūstot ziemas nometnē pie Laisas, Kāļa 12. armija patiesi sākotnēji izjuta pārtikas trūkumu, jo magazīnu nebija piepildīta. Īsi pēc tam Stromfelds atzina, ka nu jau arī Igauņu ekonomiskajā apgabalā ir grūtības ar resursu sagādi magazīnu piepildīšanai un rekomendēja pieprasīt privātmuižām pret atlīdzību atdot visus resursus, kas tām nebija nepieciešami pavasara sējai vai uzturam, ko ģenerālgubernators arī apsolīja izdarīt, izdodot attiecīgu patentu. Savukārt karaļa administrācija jau janvārī aizliedza uz laukiem, uz pilsētām no laukiem pievest resursus. Aizliegums no laukiem ievest pilsētās pārtiku jau marta beigās radīja problēmas, piemēram, Rīgā, jo apiņu trūkuma dēļ Rīgā nebija iespējams nodrošināt ikdienas dzērienu alus brūvēšanu, bet pilsētas garnizonu pastiprināšanai paredzēto vienību ģenerālgubernators lūdza Kārlim 12. atļauju kādu laiku vēl atstāt laukos, jo gluži vienkārši nebija ar ko viņu uzturēt. Vēlāk, aprīļa beigās, piegāžu pārtraukuma dēļ Rīgas garnizonā sāk pietrūkt arī mieži un iesals. Kopumā magazīnus tomēr izdevās piepildīt ar nepieciešamo pārtiku un proviantu. To ilustrē ģenerālgubernatora sarakstē ar kara ģenerālkomisāru 1701. gada aprīļa beigās, kurā tas vērtēja, ka iespēja robežās Valmieras magazīna ir piepildīta ar maizi, miltiem, zirņiem, putrējumiem, kā arī sienu un auzām furāžai. Sliktāka situācija bija Rīgā. Ģenerālgubernators sarakstā ar karali atvainojās par nožēlojamo stāvokli garnizonā, bet norādīja, ka 15 mēnešus ilgo ienaidnieku sirojumu un armiju uzturēšanas dēļ ir beigušies resursi. Un, ja pārtika netiks pilsētai atsevišķi pievesta, tad karaļa armijai, ierodoties pie Rīgas, būs jāpaļaujas tikai uz Dievu. Nu, un jūnija sākumā, pirms Zviedru armija devās uz ceļā uz Rīgu no ziemas nometnēm pie Tērbatas, Kārlis 12. informēja Vidzemes ģenerālgubernatoru, ka no Tallinas uz Rīgu pa jūru tiks nogādāts tur uzkrātais proviants, bet jūnija beigās proviants ar kuģiem tika sūtīts arī no Pērnavas magazīnām. Pirmie kuģi ar proviantu ieradās jūnija beigās. Tā kā atsūtītais provianta daudzums bija milzīgs, bet kuģi tika izkrauti vecāķos, krāvēja un laivu skaits bija ierobežots, un pa sliktā stāvoklī esošajiem zemes ceļiem proviants vēl bija jānogādā Rīgā, tāda procesa ritēja lēni. Vēl nedēļu pēc Pilves kaujas, kad Kārļa 12. armija jau atradās Kurzemes un Zemgales hercogistes teritorijā, visi kuģi vēl nebija izkrauti. Kārļa 12. armija no Tērbatas uz Rīgu devās ceļā 15. jūnijā. Jau drīz parādījās pirmās problēmas. 25. jūnijā karalis rakstīja Dālbergam, norādot, ka šķūtis, īpaši latviešu ekonomiskajā apgabalā, tiekot veiktas nepietiekami ātri, jo tikko izveidoto zemesargu bataljonu virsnieks savus zemniekus bija sasaukuši uz sapulcēm. Tādēļ karalis Dālbergam pavēlēja nokārtot, lai šādas sapulces netraucētu šķūšu darbus, ko Dālbergs realizēja, izdodot attiecīgu patentu. Pats latviešu ekonomiskā apgabala pārvaldnieks Strokieks problēma ar šķūtīm gan saistīja ar daudziem papildus aizkomandējumiem provincē. Piemēram, 1000 rati bija nosūtīti uz Pērnavu, kuru un viņus būtu bijis iespējams izmantot šķūtīm. Dažas dienas vēlāk Kārlis 12. uzdeva organizēt, lai armijai no Rīgas būtu iespējams papildus piegādāt nepieciešamos resursus, jo līdz paņemtie resursi tojās izsūkumam. Taču Rīgā šo pavēlu izpildīt bija sarežģīti, jo problēmas radīja vēja trūkums miltu malkšanai un malkas trūkums maizes krāsšņu kurināšanai. Zviedru karaspēks Rīgas pievārtē nonāca 1701. gada 7. jūlijā. Nedaudz atpūties un sagaidījis labvēlīgas laika apstākļus 9. jūlijā desantējās Daugavas kreisajā krastā un Spilves kaujā sakāva poļu sakšu Krievu apvienoto armiju. Spilves kaujas rezultātā Zviedru armija sagrāba lielāko daļu resursu, kurus ienaidnieks bija atstājis Pārdaugavā. Pēc Spilves kaujas Zviedru karaspēks dažādus resursus, tajā skaitā proviantu ieguva arī Jelgavā, Engurē un Slokā. Un apkopojot, var secināt, ka Zviedru karaspēks bija jāuztver uzņemošai provincei, proti Vidzemē. Resursu sagāde tika organizēta centralizēt, ievācot no kroņa un privātajām muižām tajās uzkrātos resursus natūrā, bet to iztrūkuma gadījumā naudā. Resursi tika vākti kopā magazīnās visā Vidzemes teritorijā. Tā kā muižu īrniekiem un īpašniekiem izdevīgāk bija nogādāt pārtikas resursus uz pilsētām un realizēt tos tur, tad ģenerāla gubernatoram un karalim nācās aizliegt pārtikas resursus piegādi uz pilsētām, un tās drīz radīja problēmas, vismaz ar Rīgas garnizonu apgādi. Vidzemes dienvidu un austrumu daļā, kur atradās Zviedru un Siroja sakšus un Krievu spēki, muižu resursi bija noplacināti. Tas radīja problēmas sagādāt nepieciešamos resursus karaļa armijas uzturēšanai. Vidzemes ziemeļu daļā, kur karaspēks nebija uzturējies un sirojumi nebija notikuši, sākotnējā situācija ar resursiem bija labāka, bet jau 1701. gada sākumā tā pasliktinājās. Un visā Vidzemes provincē resursi bija lielā mērā izsmelti. Tāpēc tika organizēta proviantu pievešana ar kuģiem no Tallinas uz Rīgu. Pēc Spilves kaujas Zviedru armija sagrāba Sakšu un Kurzemes Zemgales hercogistes proviantu un citu resursu noliktavas, kas situāciju atviegloja. Bet, noslēdzot, tikai gadu vēlāk, 1702. gadā, Krievijas feldmaršals Šeremetjevs Pēterim I ziņoja, ienaidnieka zemē vairs nav ko postīt. Viss ir nopostīts. Pilis ir uzspridzinātas, nekas vairs nav saglabājies bez Pērnavas un Rēveles. Un šur tur kāda muiža jūrmalā. Citādi viss starp Rēveli un Rīgu ir izravēts. Apdzīvotas vietas atrodams tikai uz kartes. Apzinoties, ka jau pēc Zviedru karaspēka uzturēšanās Vidzemē 1700. un 1701. gadā provincē bija noplicināta resursu bāze, tad šī Šeremetjeva atskaite iegūst citu perspektīvu. Savukārt mums kā vēsturniekiem ir sev jāuzdod jautājums, vai šāda līmeņa resursu noplicināšana Vidzemes provincē no Zviedru valdības puses patiešām atbilst vēstures mītam par labajiem Zviedru laikiem Latvijas vēsturē. Tā, paldies!
Paldies, Miku! Mums ir arī sakrājušies daži jautājumi YouTube tiešraidē, bet nesatraucamies, uz visiem jautājumiem tiks atbildēts. Es tos jautājumus nolasīšu diskusijas sadaļā. Tagad mēs sagaidām Gintu Skutānu, kurš šobrīd jau pieslēdz savu prezentāciju un iepazīstinās mums ar, cerams, dos jaunus argumentus Beverīnas jautājumu risinājumam. Tā, lūdzu, Gintu, ieslēdzam mikrofonu un varam prezentēt. Tā prezentācija mēs redzam, mikrofons jāieslēdz.
Tā, labdien visiem.
Sveiks, dzirdam ļoti labi.
Tā prezentācija darbojās, viss kārtībā, ja? Halo.
Jā, Gint, vai dzirdi mūs?
Jā, es jūs dzirdu, jūs mani.
Jā, ļoti labi. Prezentācija rādās, viss ir kārtībā. Var sākt.
Jā, labi, paldies milzīgs valmieriešiem manai dzimtai pusē par iespēju piedalīties šādā interesantā pasākumā. Pirmo reizi mūžā videokonferencē, tāpēc piedosiet, ja kaut kas nebūs tā kā vajag. Bet, pagaidām, paldies Dievam, viss ir lieliski. Kad es biju students, sāku risināt Beverīnas jautājumu, un, mūsdienās nekas nav mainījies pēc cik gadu desmitiem. Man ļoti interesanti būtu arī šo tēmu pavirzīt uz priekšu, cerot, ka arī pēc gadiem 10, 20 varbūt šim jautājumam būs kaut kāds konkrēts risinājums. Un šajā gadījumā es gribētu jums piedāvāt virkni akadēmiski korektus tādus pamatojumus par Beverīnas problēmas tālāko risinājumu. Ievadā jāatzīmē, ka Beverīna ir tās ļoti gaišs tēls Latvijas viduslaiku vēsturē, ja, tad faktiski Beverīnas dziedonis, Auseklim, Gaismas pils un daži citi tēli, ir tieši saistīti ar šo ilgi meklēto un skaisto tēlu. Un tieši ironiskā kārtā, jā, Beverīnas meklējuma rajons, tas ir Valmiera, kaut gan pārsvarā visas tās piesaistes hronikā ir saistīts tomēr ar Cēsu apkārtni. Kā jau tas jūs pasakot šai tēmai, tad jau vairāk kā 30 gadus es par šo tēmu rakstu, diskutēju, piedalos konferencēs, un mans kandidāts ir Raunas Tanīs kalns. Un arī šodien es gribu akcentēt, kad no visiem pilskalniem saucamajiem faktiski tikai vienā mēs atrodam drošu vēlā dzelzs laikmeta kultūras slāni. Un tas arī ir Raunas Tanīs kalns. Bet izmantojot šo gadījumu, es gribu arī pastāstīt par dažiem citiem gadījumiem, kas jums kā vēsturniekiem, arheologiem raisīs tādas zināmas pārdomas. Tad es pieskaršos, es visas nopietnākos 11 variantus nemaz neapskatīšu. Man šodien ir galvenokārt jāpievēršās diviem tādiem citiem variantiem, tas ir Vaidavas pilskalns un Pekas kalns. Šeit tagad jūs, ja viss kārtībā, jūs redzat šo vietu geogrāfiju, kuru meklētu Beverīna, bet ir jānorāda, ka pilskalni, kas ir datējami līdz 12. gadsimtam, tātad vietējās izcelsmes nocietinājumi, ir atrodami arheoloģiski konstatēti un tipoloģiski izdalām ļoti šaurā tādā apgabalā, kas ir tāds grupējums no Braslas līdz Raunas vidustecei. Tātad šeit visur ir pilskalni, kas uzrāda atradumus un pazīmes, kas attiecinām uz dzelzs laikmetu. Un rodas ļoti pamatots jautājums, kas tad ir šie pārējie, kas ir šie pārējie nocietinājumi, kuros ir novietota Beverīna. Tātad vēlreiz atgriežoties pie arheoloģijas kartas, tagad jūs redzat Brastiņa uzmērītos pilskalnus, un uz ziemeļiem no sarkanās līnijas mēs arheoloģi neuzrāda pilskalnus, kas saistīti ar šo dzelzs laikmetu. Protams, ir iespējami izņēmumi, tādi izņēmumi ir, piemēram, Masalats droši vien, bet ir interesanti, ka arī Igaunijas otrā robeža pusē līdz pat Vilandē ir analoģiska situācija, neuzrādās šī laikmeta nocietinājumi. Tātad acīm redzami runa par kādu pierobežu joslu, kurā nocietinājums neierīkoja un kā teikt, nebija tādas tradīcijas. Un ir arī arheoloģijas pieminekļu karte, cita arī abās robežas pusēs, kas norāda interesantu tukšumu. Tātad nav abedījuma, nav apdzīvoto vietu un nav nocietinājumu. Šeit arī pretruna rakstavoti ap Burtniekiem un Valmieru uzrāda latgaļu apdzīvotību, bet tas tā ir bijuši ļoti neliela un balstīta uz citām tradīcijām. Nu, un te arī ir manas tas pēc arheoloģijas pieminekļiem izdalītās grupas, kas varētu tikt saistītas ar Sateklas, Autīnes un Tālavas, jeb Beverīnas letiem, latgaļiem, latviešiem. No šīm grupām pierādīts novietojums ir tikai Autīnē, tas ir Cēs apkārtnē, un tas ir zināmais Sārumkalns. Par pārējiem mēs neesam vienojušies tajā vēstures izpētes procesā. Nu, un faktiski visi šie kandidāti, ieskaitot Valmieru, ieskaitot Zilā kalnu, tie nav tādi objekti, ko varētu nosaukt par pilskalniem. Nu, pats pēdējais, es šogad pieķēros Cimpēniem, tas ir tāds dabīgs Kalniņš, ko Voldemārs Balodis ir vienkārši uzdevis par pilskalnu bez īpašu pamatojumu. Jā, tad tas ir pilnīgs pārpratums. Nu, nākamais jau ir sarežģītāks, tas ir Kaugura Pekas kalns. Jūs redzat, kā Brastīņš viņu ir uzmērījis, un viņš ir ilgu laiku kalpojis kā etalons mūsu pilskalna vizuālajam attēlojumam. Taču ar viņu, tuvāk iepazīstoties izrakuma materiālus, ar viņu redzam, ka nav viss, faktiski ir daudz norādes, ka tas nav vēlā dzelzs laikmeta pilskalns. Tātad pirmkārt izrakumos Francis Balodis un Valdemārs Balodis konstatēja kaļķa mūrējumu uz pamatzemes. Viņam ir diezgan izteikti taistoša forma, no kā radies arī nosaukums Pekas kalns. Tas priekšvalns, kas ir visiem pārējiem Cēsu pilskalniem, viņam ir neizteikts, minimāls. Uzeja ierīkot pēc labās rokas principa, kad ejot augšā, vairogs tiek turēts kreisā vai labā rokā. Nu, tāda gara taisna pieveceļa trase, kas pagarina piekļuvi jātniekiem, bruņiniekiem. Nu, kā zinām, senlatvieši zirgos neuzbruka pilskalniem, necentās viņus ieņemt. Nu, un papētot to vēsturniecisko tradīciju, historiogrāfiju, redzam, ka faktiski šī Beverīnas problēma varēja viegli novērst, ja ne 20. gados nesadūrās divas autoritātes, tātad latviešu arheoloģijas tēvs Francis Balodis un tāds vairāk autodidakts, bet arī pilskalnu pētnieks Ernests Brastīņš. Nu, diemžēl viņi nesapratās, un Raunas izrakums, ko veids Francis Balodis, viņš pasludināja, ka tā nav Beverīna un jāpaliek pie Pekas kalna. Bet šeit ir jāuzrāda tas subjektīvais faktors, ka Pekas kalnu versiju izvirzīja viņa tēvs, un viņš nekādīgi arī nevarēja atteikties no šī Pekas kalna aizstāvēšanas. Lūk, bet tas, protams, te turpināsies diskusijas. Šeit Pekas kalnu ir diezgan grūti izsvītrot no saraksta, tikai tāpēc, ka ir tādi neskaidri pētījumi, kuriem atskaites īsti nav saglabājušās. Bet nākamais ir, varētu teikt, tāda jaunākā odziņa, ko meklējot Beverīnu, ir skaidrojies. Ja? Ir pavisam ļoti vienkārši, kad mēs redzam, ka šis nekādā ziņā neatgādina senlatviešu pilskalnu. Ja? Neviens šeit faktiski mēs redzam vietas, kur ir stāvējuši lielgabaliem, kur ir droši vien karavīri ar arkebūzēm šāvuši. Tas ir Vaidavas pilskalns, kurā novietojas jaunāmūjuši. Pašlaik ir viņi minēti rakstavotos no 86. līdz 601. gadam. Un to pilnībā apstiprināja apali izrakumi 80. gados. Un pats tāds skaistākais ir, ka mēs atrodam rakstavotos vācu ceļotāju Kīhela aprakstu, kā izskatījās šajā saucamajā Beverīnā 1586. gadā. Viņi atrodas uz Lielā Tērbatas ceļa, un Kīhels braucot garām meklē šeit naktsmāja. Šis materiāls ir internetā ievietots, ja mēs ievadīsim historijā meklētājā Kīhels jaunā mūža, tad tas arī uzliks augšā. Nu, un šeit mums ir fantastisks Beverīnas apraksts, jā, tad visapkārt apņērt ar zemes vaļņiem, paceļamais tilts, lielgabali tur un pulveris, un galvenais, ka viņš novērtē, to ir uzbēgts slikti zemes vaļņi, jā, un kad maskavieši vispār nekad to nav mēģinājuši ieņemt. Jā, un tā īpašnieks ir Melchiors Hefelns vai Hofelns, vācu tāds polijas, vācu izcelsmes poļu vasals, kuram pieder visi ķieģeļmuiži un plaša apkārtne ar 80 zemnieku sētām. Nākamais, tas ir kā liels kurios, ja, atcerēsimies, ka pa Vaidavu ir grāmatiņas sarakstītas, Stepiņš sarakstīja, un tur ir notikuši tādas batālijas, bet, tas vienkārši, tas ir fascinējošs materiāls, ja, kas parāda šo pilskalnu, kas ir vispār Livonijas laika nocietināta mūža. Pilnīgi jauns avots avots ir vecs, bet pilnīgi jauna tāda pieeja ir, tā kā es pievērsu uzmanību, ka Rīgas parāda grāmatā ir daudzskaitlīgi ieraksti, kas saistīti ar apdzīvotu vietu Bevereni. Ir skaidrs, ka šī vieta atrodas Livonijā, un viņa atrodas Vidzemē, jo tie cilvēki, kas ar to saistīti, ir figurē starp Rīgu un Cēsīm. Un tā nekādā gadījumā šī Beverena nav meklējama kaut kur Holandē vai Flandrijā, kur arī līdzīgi nosaukumi, ja, jo tur figurē pirmkārt vietējo livāniešu vārdi, tad viens no populārākiem ir Dethards, tad ir šis Dominus Johannes, jā, un šis pēdējais, iespējams, ka viņš pat ir kāds garīdznieks, garantē Gotlandas tirgotājs saistības Rīgā. Tātad ietekmīgs cilvēks no ietekmīgas vietas. Un atcerēsimies, ka gan Rīgā, gan Cēsīs visos laikmetos ir bijuši Raunas vārti. Rīgā tie vārti saucās Beverporte, pēc tam viņi pārvietās pa Vēveru ielu un mūsdienās pārcēla Raunas vārdus kaut kur pie gaisa tilta, bet tas ir cits stāsts. Tur arī saistībā ar šiem Beveren rezidentiem ir minēti arī nevācu iedzīvotāji. Viens no tādiem Drideke, ja, Drideiķis vai kaut kāds vietējo nevācu vārds. Pilnīgi iespējams, ka tas ir latvietis. Un pats jautrākais, ka tur šajā Beverenā parādās krievu vārdi. Timos Sobuļi, tad nerodas šaubas, ka tas ir Timofejs Sobuļi mūsdienu transkripcijā. Tā noslēdzot, ir arī, ka visi akcentē uz to, kad ir bebrīnas, bebriņi un citi vietvārdi. Tad arī Raunā pēc zviedru kartēm ir atrasts Bever mājas, mūsdienās tā ir Beber vecsaimniecība. Bet viņi diezgan tālu atrodas no pils, un tur liela nozīme tam, protams, nav. Un nākamais pēc zviedru kartēm, tad šeit ir viena no kartēm, kur ir šis Raunas Tehniskas kalns iezīmēts precīzi, kaut kas zviedriski tur rakstīts, Tordberg, laikam augsts kalns. Un pats skaistākais, kad vispār jau pastāv tā literatūrā pastāv leģenda par Raunas viduslaika pilsētiņu, kas stiepusies 3 kilometrus uz visām pusēm. Bet šeit mēs apmēram redzam, ka 3 kilometri noteikti nebija, bet tās pilsētiņas robežas šajā 17. gadsimta beigu Raunas pilskartē no Stokholmas arhīvu, viņas ļoti labi iezīmējas. Pirmkārt, te ir dzirnavgrāvis, kas aiziet uz dzirnavām, un Raunas upe. Tad tieši tas ap Tehniskas kalnu, kas arī 14. 15. gadsimtā bija apdzīvots, pastāvēja jau tāda kārtīga pilsētiņa apmetne. Un te iet grāvi, kas veido ap baznīcu vēl vienu kvartālu. Arī viņi visās pusēm ir ar upītēm, ar grāvjiem norobežot. Tad faktiski no visām tiem Beverīnas kandidātiem, Valmiera, Trikāte, ja, un Rauna, viduslaika pilsētiņas reālijas ir tikai pie Raunas šajā 13. 14. gadsimtā. Pie Valmieras arī, bet tas tur ir sarežģītāks stāsts. Un noslēdzot, jā, es domāju, kad ja mēs tā akadēmiski visu iztulkosim, visus tos parādnieku grāmatas tos visus tos atzīmes, lakoniskās un tās personas, tad mēs diezgan viegli atradīsim, ka Beverēna turpat pie Cēsīm ir bijusi neliela viduslaika pilsētiņa, tad Livonijas tirgotāja priekšpostenis tirzniecībā ar Ziemeļrietumu Krieviju un pamatā Novgorodu. Paldies par uzmanību, es ceru, kādreiz šajā Raunstanīs kalnā tā gaismas pils tiks arī atzīta, jo tas vienīgais loģiskais, vienīgais datētais arheoloģijas šis nocietinājums, kas varētu būt senlatviešu pilskalns no visā šajā reģionā. Paldies!
Paldies, Gint! Teiksim, paldies arī Gintam šobrīd. Tā, tagad mums pēc plāna un pilnīgi precīzi pēc laika būtu jāsāk arī mūsu diskusija. Tā. Un es domāju tā, pirms jūs apdomājat, ko jūs gribētu jautāt, es droši vien sākšu uzreiz ar tiem jautājumiem, kas jau no sesijas paša sākuma ir tikuši uzdoti mūsu YouTube kanālā, kur es pieļauju, ka kāds arī no mūsu sesijas dalībniekiem jau ir paspējis ar to iepazīties. Tātad pirmais jautājums varētu būt, iesim tāpat kā tādā secībā, kā šie jautājumi ir uzdoti. Pirmais jautājums būtu Elīzai Dālderei. Mums to uzdod anonīms lietotājs. Tātad autori pieminēja, ka garīdzniecību tā laika Eiropā nevarēja uzskatīt par homogēnu spēku. Kā šī neviendabība izpaudās Austrumbaltijas eiropeizācijas gadījumā? Tā.
Paldies par jautājumu. Var sakot, savā ziņojumā, lai arī viņš bija 12 minūtes garš un tas bija ierobežots apjoms, es varēju ieskicēt to situāciju, kurā gan bīskaps Alberts, gan arī citi bīskapi, tātad Tārbatas bīskaps Hermans vai Samsonas Lenamā bīskaps Gotfrīds, tad griežās pie Svētā Romas imperatora ar lūgumu piešķirt tātad arī šīs te laicīgās varas kompetences viņu pārvaldītajās bīskapijās, tad sanāk tā situācija izveidojās tāda, ka, var sakot, garīdzniecība nevarēja izveidoties kā homogēna grupa, jo katrai no šīm interesētajām pusēm bija savas intereses arī tam pašam Zoverbrāļu Burtnieku ordenim. Un sanāca tajā brīdī tā, ka Rīgas bīskapija bija tikpat tiesiski, teiksim tā tiesiskuma pakāpe, kas bija bīskapam Albertam attiecībā pret Rīgas bīskapiju, bija tieši tāda pati kā Tārbatas bīskapam pret savu bīskapiju un arī Samsonas Lenamā bīskapam. Līdz ar to izveidojās tādas 3 bīskapijas, kurās, vārds sakot, ir vienāds tiesisks status un nebija izveidojusies vēl arhibīskapija, kas bija tas bīskapa Alberta mērķis. Un, protams, arī jāskatās kontekstā viss ar Zobenbrāļu Burtnieku ordeņa darbībām. Arī jāpiemina tas, ka katra šī grupa, es arī akcentēju, ir latīņkristīgās Eiropas sociālās vai laicīgās vai garīgās sfēras reprezentantis, tā kā katrai no šīm grupām, kas bija garīdzniecībā, bija savs uzvedības modelis, jeb tā regula, pēc kā viņi darbojās, un līdz ar to viņiem tās intereses jau diezgan, pēc jau noklusējuma jau sāka sadurties savā starpā, un tad mēs varam redzēt to mijiedarbību, redzot to, kā Austrumbaltijā būtībā paralēli veidojās vairāki varas modeļi. Tas ir tā īsumā. Cerams, ka es spēju kaut cik skaidri šo jautājumu ieskicēt vismaz.
Labi, paldies. Vai mums ir vēl kādi jautājumi Elīzai no mūsu vēstures institūta? Jā, lūdzu, Eva.
Labdien, paldies par jūsu interesanto referātu. Man patiesībā diezgan daudz jautājumi radās, ja šī ir tēma, ar ko es pati esmu daudz nodarbojusies. Pirmkārt, es varbūt sākšu ar to, ka es gribētu mazliet jums oponēt tam, ko jūs tikko teicāt. Es gluži nepiekrītu, ka bīskapam Albertam bija līdzvērtīgs status kā pārējiem bīskapiem, jo viņš ar laiku, es tagad nepateikšu, kurā gadā, bet viņš ar laiku iegūt tiesības nominēt viņš tiecās uz arhibīskapa statusu, un tas jau pats liecina, ka viņam bija gan ambīcijas, gan arī status mazliet atšķirīgs, un viņam bija arī tiesības nominēt bīskapus Livonijā. Un es arī gluži nepiekrītu, ka bīskapi tiek liekti vienā kategorijā ar militāri-reliģiskiem ordeņiem. Tā tomēr bija atšķirīga garīdzniecības kategorija, un līdz ar to es nedomāju, ka viņu atšķirības dod pamatu runāt par to, ka nebija homogēna garīdzniecība. Bet pie maniem jautājumiem. Šī tēma ir diezgan plaši aprakstīta, un es varbūt tā ir mana vaina, bet es īsti neuztvēru, kas ir tā novitāte un kas ir tas jūsu galvenais vēstījums, ko jūs gribējāt pateikt tādu, kas literatūrā par šo tēmu līdz šim nav teikts. Un pavisam tāds konkrētāks jautājums. Jūs minējāt tādu interesantu aspektu, ka zobenbrāļus pieprasīt sev laicīgos īpašumus Livonijā pamudināja Lundas bīskaps, ja es pareizi saklausīju. Es īsti nesaklausīju, kas jums dod pamatu izvirzīt šādu pieņēmumu. Paldies!
Paldies par šo jautājumu. Vārds sakot, par šo tieši konkrēto aspektus vairāk vai mazāk lasīju literatūrā tādus pieņēmumus, ka tāda varētu būt, pieņemsim, tā situācija. Tāda, pieņemsim, šādu pieņēmumu ir izteicis igauņu medievists Antis Elārds savā monogrāfijā par Baltijas krustkariem. Un es vienkārši, ņemot vērā to, ka man bija ierobežots laiks, es nevarēju izskaidrot to visu līdz galam, bet es vienkārši pieļāvumu formā varēju pieminēt to, ka iespēja, un viņš to vairāk vai mazāk, tā argumentācija bija saistīta ar to, ka zobenbrāļu ordenis tīri chronoloģiski pēc, teiksim tā, Lundas arhibīskapa apciemojuma Rīgā, var sakot, izvirza tās savas prasības, un līdz ar to viņš uz šāda pamata izdarīja šo pieņēmumu, ka varētu būt šāda situācija radusies. Bet es, protams, piekritīšu jums attiecībā par to, ka es bīskapus nenostatu, pieņemsim tādā pašā pozīcijā kā zobenbrāļu bruņinieku ordeni. Vienkārši saku to, ka katrai no šīm pusēm bija savas intereses un protams, vēl ir daudz darāmā, lai saprastu to līdz galam, kā tieši bija tā tiesiskās, tās tieši tie tiesiskie status, kādi viņi bija izveidojušies. Un runājot par novitāti šai tēmai, es vairāk vai mazāk šo visu skatīju caur eiropeizācijas prizmu, kas īsti tā nav skatīts historiogrāfijā. Vairāk parasti lielāka koncentrācija ir uz krusta kariem, kas maina šo procesu, bet es gribēju parādīt to, ka krusta karš ir kā politiskas varas instruments, bet es drīzāk skatījos, ka, teiksim tā, es vairāk vadījos pēc Nila Blunkvista un arī pirms tam ir Roberta Bartleta teorijas par vispārībā latīņu kristīgās Eiropas kultūra telpas izplatīšanos, un šis, ko es šodien nolasīju, tikai fragments no lielāka, varbūt man pētnieciska darba, kurā es aprakstu to, kā notiek šie institucionalizācijas procesi Austrumbaltijā, kā tad izveidojās šīs politisko varu modeļu struktūras. Un tā, tas ir tas, ko varbūt es gribētu pateikt jaunu par šo tēmu.
Vai mums ir vēl kādi jautājumi vai komentāri no Evas Eikmanas vai kādiem citiem viduslaika pētniekiem? Šobrīd nav. Man pašam radās jautājums. Klausoties jūsu referātu, man šķiet ieskanējās tāda doma, ka baznīcu, teiksim, baznīcas darbība, jeb garīdzniecības darbība ir ļoti atkarīga no personības. No personībām, cik viņas ir enerģiskas un kā viņas darbojas. Šajā gadījumā, protams, bīskaps Alberts, kas ir, kā teikt, plaši raksturots un vienmēr ļoti, ļoti par viņu tiek runāts. Bet tad man ienāca prātā jautājums, ja jūs ejat šo ceļu, mēģinot saprast, kā šīs personības darbojās un kāda bija viņu ietekme, kāda ir, jūsuprāt, šī metodoloģija, kā izprast šo cilvēku motivāciju vai viņu mērķus un motīvus tik senā, manuprāt, tik senā laika posmā, kur, kā mēs saprotam, avotu klāsts, rakstīto avotu klāsts ir ļoti ierobežots, ja, un pārsvarā tomēr tāds, kā lai saka, politiski orientēts. Respektīvi, kā mēs varam saprast tieši šo personību motivāciju, ar kādām metodēm?
Tātad tas, kādas metodas šeit tiek izmantotas, pieņemsim, ja mēs runājam vispārībā par aktoru pētniecību kā tādu, bet tad vairāk, pieņemsim, tīri viduslaiku kontekstā, cik, kā esmu arī lasījusi un skatījusies, un arī mēģinājusi arī pati skatīties pēc šiem principiem, vairāk ir uzsvars uz to, kādas ir tās konkrētās aktivitātes, ko konkrētā persona ir virzījusi, tālāk tiek mēģināts atšifrēt vai mēģināt saskatīt kaut kādas, pieņemsim, simboliskās komunikācijas stratēģijas, kuras var dažkārt saskatīt avotos, un Bīskapa Alberta gadījumā ir ļoti, teiksim, tā pateicīgs avots tieši Ehrlich kronika, kas ir rakstīta viņa uzdevumā, un mēs līdz ar to arī redzam, pieņemsim, es nevarēju šajā referātā gan izstāstīt, bet, pieņemsim, mēs redzam to, kā bīskaps Alberts iet, pieņemsim, tur runāties konkrētāk, pieņemsim, pie Dānijas karaļa Knuta sastāvā, lai lūgtu, pieņemsim, vienkārši, lai runātu par to sadarbību, bet tajā pašā laikā viņš lūdz tad atļauju misionēt, un tajā brīdī, kad viņš saņem šo atļauju misionēt, mēs redzam arī to, kā viņš kā tāda personība, kā viņš veidojot to savus kontaktus, mēģina nodrošināt sev to konkrēto darbības telpu, un ja mēs skatāmies uz aktoriem un arī uz to personības nozīmi, viduslaikos, protams, tas ir ļoti sarežģīts jautājums, bet mēs redzam to, kā tā persona darbojas mijiedarbībā ar citiem, jo tāpēc, ka šīs personas viņas vadās pēc kaut kādiem konkrētiem uzvedības modeļiem, un tad arī bīskapam ir konkrēti savi priekšstati, ko viņš var atļauties darīt kā garīdzniecības pārstāvis un ko viņš nevar atļauties. Un caur šo mēs varam, teiksim, tā caur tīri tādu teorētisku perspektīvu mēģināt tad atšifrēt to. Vai mēs redzam tur kaut kādu personīgu ieguldījumu, vai mēs tur to ieguldījumu neredzam.
Paldies! Vai mums ir vēl kāds jautājums?
Nevis jautājums, bet tāds neliels komentārs, ja atļausiet.
Jā, droši, Vitālijs.
Jā, jo teiksim tā secinot pie tik diskutābla jautājuma, vai tik tiešām var Albertu salīdzināt ar pārējiem biskupiem, ziniet, kāpēc nedrīkst. Vismaz tāpēc, ka Alberts pats par sevi diezgan un baigi labi pārzināja antikas mitoloģiju. No turienes mēs zinām, ka viņš tik tiri labi apspēlēja Līvu vadoņus, kad viņš dibināja Rīgu, jo šitais sižets, par ko mums ziņo tātad Indriķis, tas taču ir faktiski sākot copy-paste no Kartagas dibināšanas. Tas viens uz viens. Un tā politika, ko viņš iztenoja, tad gan pret Autīnes latgaļiem, gan pret to pašu Krievu kņazi Vēčku, no kurienes varam tad arī iet jau mana tēma par to Jurieva daņu un tā tālāk un tā joprojām. Tas baigi liecina jau par to, ka viņš tiri labi zināja arī Gālijas karu, kas sastādīja Cēzars. Faktiski sakot, arī viens tik raduša līdzībai. Tāpēc viņš iegaumēja arī šo Romas politiku, teiksim, tā antiku, skaldīt un valdīt, ko viņš labi izteņoja, izleņojot jau, teiksim tā, mūsdienas Latvijas teritorijas izleņojot, ka par to jau Indriķis Šterns rakstīja. Tāds komentārs.
Paldies. Vai mums ir vēl kāds komentārs vai ieteikums vai jautājums? Šobrīd nav. Tad man būtu tikai vēl viens, varbūt tehnisks dabas ieteikums, draudzīgs Elīzai. Skatoties jūsu prezentācijas, piefiksēju, ka vairākiem uzskats materiāliem būtu noderējis precīzi norādīt, no kurienes tie ņemti. Tur bija bīskapa Alberta statuja un šiet arī kaut kāds materiāls, kur vienkārši pierakstīt klāt. Tas tā korekti būtu, lai mēs varam saprast, no kurienes tas ir ņemts vai kur tas atrodas. Vai kas ir attēla autors. Tā, labi, paldies. Tad Elīzai Dālderei. Tagad nākošais jautājums sāksim atkal no YouTube tiešraides būs Justīnei Fišerei. Un tātad šis jautājums ir ļoti konkrēts. konkrēts jautājums. Tātad bija runa par pārkāpumiem, pēc kuru izdarīšanas meistars zaudēs savu amatu, savu statusu. Un jautājums, ko uzdod Olga Ošeniece, ir, vai viņam ir iespējams šo savu amatu, jeb statusu atgūt. Justīne?
Jā, paldies par jautājumu. Tātad izslēgšana no amata bija tas bargākais soda mērs un biežāk tieši ir minēta tā kā darbnīcas aizvēršana uz laiku, kur bija iespējams tā kā šim meistaram atstrādāt ar labu darbu un arī atpelnīt uzlikto soda naudu. Savukārt, kā norāda šrāgu teksti, ierosināšanu meistara izslēgšanas ierosinājumu bija iespējams noraidīt rātē, ja, piemēram, ja bija radies šāds precedents, kad pieņemsim šo biežāk minēto, kad meistars 3 reizes ir izdarījis nekvalitatīvu savu darbu un tiek pieprasīts, lai šis meistars tik atskaitīts no amata, tad rāte varēja lemt par to, ka tomēr šis meistars saglabā savu statusu. Un šrāgās konkrētāki gadījumi netiek apskatīti, jo šrāgas ir likumi. Tos visticamāk ir iespējams labāk redzēt amata grāmatās vai kādos citos dokumentos, bet jā, šrāgu teksti min, ka Rīgas pilsētas rāte varēja šo meistaru, meistara statusu saglabāt šim meistaram.
Paldies. Vēl viens jautājums no YouTube kanāla mums nāk no viduslaika pētnieka Edgara Plētiena, kurš jautā Justīnei, viņš sākumā saka lielu paldies par ziņojumu un jautā, kuru pilsētu šrāgas jūs izmantojāt, lai analizētu šo jautājumu, precizējiet lūdzu, un kādus vēl papildus avotus jūs izmantojāt šajā pētījumā?
Jā, paldies par jautājumu. Savā pētniecībā vispār es pievēršos Rīgas amatniecībai un konkrētāk tieši mazās ģildes amatniekiem. Un, kā norāda mana pieteiktā tēma, šim darbam esmu strādājusi ar Rīgas amatnieku, konkrētāk mazās ģildes šrāgām. Un tā kā esmu tēmas izpētes tādā kā sākuma posmā, vēlāk plānoju Rīgas pilsētas amatnieku šrāgas salīdzināt ar citām vācu zemju amatnieku šrāgām. Un tie gadījumi, kas man bija minēti, piemēram, Kalējiem, kur bija tā kā konkrētāk jau apskatīts, un kad šrāgā tiek minēts šis likums, un konkrētāk tas tiek izskatīts amatgrāmatā kā šis sods, kurš ir tas konkrētais sods. Tā kā es domāju, ka interesantāk noteikti tālāk pie tēmas pētniecības būtu arī izskatīt šīs amatu grāmatas un citus dokumentus, bet pagaidām šo tēmu es sāku izstrādāt, pievēršoties šrāgām likumiem.
Paldies. Vai tā mums laikam Justīne tikko pazuda, viņa netīšām droši vien piespied neīsto podziņu. Dzirdat, Justīne? Jūs laikam pazudāt kaut kur. Vai mums ir kāds jautājums vai komentārs no Vēstures institūta puses, varbūt, kas ir šobrīd ar mums kopā tiešsaistē?
Man ir jautājums.
Jautājumi ir daudz. Lūdzu, Anita Šerpinska, Vēstures doktora.
Vai paldies, Albert. Man ir Justīnei 2 jautājumi, ja drīkst. Vai naudas iemaksas nevarēja tikt veiktas amatu lādē? Un cik amati bija tobrīd apskatītajā laika posmā mazajā ģildē, un vai ir visiem pieejami šrāgu dokumenti?
Tā, paldies par jautājumiem. Tā, naudu iemaksas amata lādēs. Jā, es minēju arī konkrētas naudas summas, kas tiek paredzētas vēlākos laikos pēc reformācijas un arī dažos gadījumos arī pirms reformācijas, kas tiek norādīts, ka tiek par pārkāpumu tiek maksāta nauda amatam. Tātad šī nauda nonāca amata lādē un tika izmantot amata vajadzībām. Bet tur bija vēl gadījumi par to, ka šī naudas samaksa naudā galvenokārt tika maksāta Rīgas pilsētas rātai, ka tomēr amatnieki, tīpaši pirms reformācijas saviem amata brāļiem, ka tie sodi tika maksāti amatam visbiežāk vaskā vai alu. Un, kad vēl bija tie jautājumi par konkrētu skaitu, es šobrīd nepateikšu, tad man ir jāsameklē. Man ir maģistra darbs arī par šo tēmu, par Rīgas mazās ģildes cunftēm. Un visiem amatiem nav saglabājušās šrāgas. Mums ir šobrīd ir pieejams apkopojums, ko ir šrāgas ir apkopotas vācu-baltiešu pētnieku Vilhelma Štīda un Konstantīna Metiga izdotajā šrāgu apkopojumā. Un tad tur ir apkopotas tās šrāgas, kuras tolaik bija saglabājušās, un viņas ir transkribētas un ir pieejamas oriģināla valodā. Jā, bet visas noteikti nav saglabājušās visiem amatiem. Un tur ir arī grūtības noteikt, kuri amati piederēja pie mazās ģildes un kuri tad nepiederēja, jo tur ir gan latviešu palīga amati, gan kauna amati un tā tālāk. Tā kā šis ir tāds vēl īsti nenoskaidrots jautājums, jo mazās ģildes šrāgas nav saglabājušās no šī laika. Tā kā, jā.
Paldies, Justīne. Bet jūs taču nepieskaitāt latviešu amatus pie mazās ģildes.
Justīne, mēs jūs nedzirdam.
Ļoti atvainojos, jā, piedodiet.
Bet viņi ir tagad... nē.
Tagad runā Justīne un Anita nerunā.
Ja kāds bija jautājums, atvainojos, nedzirdēju.
Nu, tagad dzirdi?
Jā, es dzirdu.
Okay. Bet tu pati taču nepieskaiti latviešu amatus mazajai ģildē?
Nē.
Paldies.
Tā ir atsevišķa kategorija.
Nu, jā, es jau ar tā domāju, jo viņi arī noteikti ļoti sašust, ja tu to izdarītu.
Nē.
Paldies.
Paldies. Vai mums ir vēl kāds komentārs vai jautājums? Es skatos, mums arī internetā vairs jautājumu nav. Tad šobrīd es saku paldies Justīnei Fišerei, un mēs tad pievēršamies diskusijā jautājumam par Ivana IV mērķiem, uz ko šobrīd tad mums uz jautājumiem atbildēs Vitālijs Varnakovs. Jā, YouTube kanālā mums ir jautājums, kas faktiski sasaucās tieši ar to jautājumu, kādu es arī pats vēlējos uzdot. Vai jūs varat īsi un kodolīgi izstāstīt, ja jūs iezīmējāt daudz dažādas viedokļus un laika gaitā šo uzskatu evolūciju par to, kāpēc notika šis karš un šis iebrukums, bet vai jūs īsi un koncentrēti varētu vēlreiz secināt, kādi tad jūsuprāt ir tie mērķi, kurus šis Ivans Bargais izvirzīja, un vēl otrs papildu jautājums, kas tad bija tas absolūti nepareizais šajā seriālā, ko jūs minējāt?
Jā, skaidri. Skaidrs tagad jau sapratu. No principa teikšu tā, ka daudz, kas, par ko es gribēju pastāstīt, vispār palika aiz kadra, teiksim, tā laika trūkuma dēļ nav bija iespējams visu izstāstīt, bet runājot tieši par mērķiem, tad pirmam kārtam, par ko mums liecina gan Krievu kronikas, teiksim, tā полное собрание русских летописей, gan tas, ko mēs varam izvilkt no Baltazāra Rusova kronikas, respektīvi, tas ir tas, ka pirmam kārtam Ivans IV bija ieinteresēts tātad savākt tās nodevas, kas viņam pienākas, pat neskatoties uz to, ka pēc tam viņš visu to naudu noraidīja. Tas ir pirmais. Otrais jautājums, otrais aspekts, runājot par tiem mērķiem. Neapšaubami tā ir izleņošana. Vismaz par to izleņošanu mēs varam runāt pirmam kārtam, tātad pēc hercoga Magnusona piemēra, tātad tā izskatījās šādi, ka tā saucamā, ka es jau minēju, garīgāja gramata, ko pats Ivans Bargais sastādīja 1575. gadā. Viņš tur arī minēja, ka tātad daudzas Livonijas zemes un tās zemes, kur visi runā somogru valoda grupa, tātad tas viss pienākas kā lēnis, teiksim tā, Magnusonam. Par to tur bija runa. Bet jāņem vērā arī to, ka iespējams, ja šita izleņošana nenotiktu, tad ticiet man, tas varētu būt piesavināta vai nu pataisno Kroņu zemēm, un starp citu pierobežu zemes, kas robežojas ar Livoniju, teiksim, tā Dvines apgabals un tā tālāk un tā joprojām jau bija Oprišņinas rīcībā. Un, teiksim tā, tas bagātās pilsētas, Rīgā, Revele un tā tālāk un tā joprojām varēja kalpot kā atbalstu punkti, nu tātad apgādāt ar visu nepieciešamo šito Oprišņinu. Kā tas jau bija, starp citu praktizēts jau Krievijā, kas mums rada uz to, ka pati Krievijā notika alodifikācija, vai nu izleņošana, vai nu krieviski izpamišķenie. Un, jā, otrais jautājums par to filmu. Principā, pirmam kārtam, ja es pareizi visu atceros, ja es tik tiešām tagad korekts, nu, kāpēc viņam karš jau sākas it kā 54. gadā, tad runa tur ir par tiem laikiem, kad pats cars bija Aleksandrova Sloboda, kad viņš aizbēga no visiem bājāriem, sapratot, ka ar viņiem nav iespējams kaut kādu kopīgu lietu taisīt. Un, principā, pēdējā sērija, kura iznāca vakar, pats noskatījos, es kāpēc tur kauja pie molodiem attēlota tā, ka jau tātāri kopā ar turkiem jau iegāja nocietinājumu iekši, lai gan, vadīgi sakot, lasot par šo kauju, es neatceros, lai viņam izdevās salauzīt šito aizsardzības līniju. Bet, principā, tas jau pie tēmas jau gluži neatiecas. Lūk tā.
Paldies, jā, paldies par komentāru. Protams, filmi jau vai seriāls, tas ir mākslas darbs, to jau mēs šobrīd nevaram analizēt. Vai mums ir kādi jautājumi no Vēstures institūta pētnieku puses? Droši jautājiet, komentējiet. Nu, laikam izskatās, ka jautājumu Vitālijam vairs nebūs. Labi. Paldies par dalību. Palieciet vēl sesijas beigām. Tā.
Sevišķi, kad man ir pašam, ko uzdot.
Jā, droši, pēc tam varēsiet to uzdot. Tā, tagad mēs runāsim par Zviedru karaspēku un par vidzemi. Jautājums Mikam Žagatam no anonīma lietotāja YouTube kanālā. Tātad, Miku, vai jūs dzirdat mani?
Dzirdējā.
Tā. Vai un kādā veidā Zviedru karaspēka apgādes pieeja vai problēmas kara sākuma posmā atsaucās uz tā turpmāko gaitu? Tātad, kā šīs problēmas kara sākumā atsaucās uz kara turpmāko gaitu?
Tad šeit ir vismaz divas lietas, kuras tieši atsaucās, proti pierobežā notika tā saucamais mazais karš, jeb sirojumi Zviedru un Krievu starpā, un tas nozīmēja to, ka resursu trūkuma dēļ Zviedru vienības nevarēja izvērst kara darbību pret Krieviju dažādu resursu trūkumu dēļ. Tas būtu tā kā viens no tiem aspektiem, kādā bija šī ietekme. Un otrām kārtām, tajā pašā 1700. 1701. gadā bija paredzēts Vidzemē veidot patiesi grandiozu apmēra karaspēku. Un viens no iemesliem, kāpēc to nevarēja realizēt beigās, pavisam noteikti bija tas fakts, ka resursu jau lielā mērā nebija uz kā pamata to rekrutēt. Un arī turpmākās rekrutēšanas ir arī labi zināms tie paši tā saucamie latviešu zemnieku, igauņu zemnieku zemesardzes bataljoni vai arī vietējie dragūnu pulki, ka arī ar viņu piepildīšanu ar karavīriem, ar karavīru apģērbšanu un uzturēšanu bija problēmas. Tieši tāpēc, ka pēc būtības bija ļoti sarežģīti kaut ko dabūt. Kas attiecas uz ietekmi uz Kārļa 12. armiju, jeb to pamatarmiju, kas pēc tam devās tālāk iekšā Lietuvas teritorijā un uz Saksiju, tad avoti, kurus es pētīju, man diemžēl nesniedz šādu informāciju. Es varu pakomentēt tik daudz, cik pēc vispārējām praksēm ir, kad karaspēks maršāja uz savu vēderu. Un bats vai slikta pārtika tieši ietekmē uz karaspēka skaitlisko sastāvu un karavīru kaujas spējām. Vai tam bija tieši ietekme uz spilvas kaujas iznākumu? Es nevaru komentēt, jo gluži vienkārši neesmu pētījis attiecīgus materiālus, taču tīri konceptuāli tas būtu bijis iespējams.
Paldies! Vai mums ir kādi jautājumi no Latvijas Vēstures institūta?
Jā.
Lūdzu, Anita.
Es gribēju jautāt, vai beigās tas tajā apskatāmajā laika posmā var teikt, ka Zviedru karaspēks bija tā sacīt normāli atbilstoši vajadzībām apgādāts, un vai ir liecības arī par civiliedzīvotāju attiecībām ar šo karaspēku?
Tad attiecībā uz to, cik ļoti karaspēks bija apgādāts, es domāju, ka mēs varam izmantot to faktu, ka uztraucoties par karaspēka apgādi, papildus resursi tika piegādāti no magazīnām vai noliktavām Tallinā un Pērnavā. Un ņemot vērā, ka ar tiem resursiem pietika, tad man rodas tāds priekšstats, ka karaspēks beigās bija pietiekami apgādāts, jo arī pats Vidzemes ģenerāla gubernators Dalbergs to vismaz atzina. Un kas attiec uz attiecībām ar vietējiem iedzīvotājiem, tādus konkrētus avotus es neatradu. Varu pieminēt tikai to, ka Dunsdorps savos pierakstos ir vairāk kārt atsaucies uz latviešu zemniekiem, kuri esot aizdevuši Zviedrijas karam uzkrātos kaut kādus līdzekļus. Kā jūs pieminējat, tad līdzekļus karaspēka uzturēšanai pieņem gan natūrā no muižām, gan arī finansēs, tad es pieļauju domu, ka vismaz daļa vietēju iedzīvotāju būtu atbalstījuši karaspēku. Tajā pašā laikā jāņem vērā, ka šķūtis, jeb karaspēka apgādāšana ar dažādiem produktiem, kas nepieciešami, nozīmē to, ka zemnieki bija atrauti no saviem laukiem, ka ja muižniekiem vai pašiem zemniekiem lauki tika aizkavēti, apstrādāti. Līdz ar to, bet tas ir tādā spekulāciju līmenī šāda avotu. Es tiešām nav nācies sakarties.
Paldies!
Vai vēl kāds jautājums, Miku?
Drīkst uzdot?
Droši, jā, lūdzu, Vitālij.
Jā, ziniet, jūs minējat savā atbildē tādu lietu kā rekrutēja. Bet par cik ir zināms, Zviedrijā jau tātad 17. gadsimta jau otrajā pusē, ja es nemaldos 82. gada, un starp citu ar zemnieku varam tā teikt spiedienu, vai nu ar zemnieku iniciatīvu, jo tā ir vispār liela atšķirīga tāda iezīme, kura ir raksturīga tā laika Zviedrija, ka zemnieki varēja piedalīties Riksdaga, vismaz bagātie zemnieki, teiksim tā. Un rekrutēšanas vieta tiek, cik man zināms, cik ir zināms vispār historiogrāfiski, ir ieviesta tā saucama indelta sistēma, kas principā atgādina senas Romas sistēmu vērvēšanu. Tātad, ka setas tā kā viņi dod vienu karavīru. Bet vai es pareizi sapratu, ka šeit Baltijas reģiona tā sistēma vai nu neattīstījās dažādu iemeslu dēļ, vai nu vispār nestrādāja?
Jā, tieši tā. Zviedru armija tika veidota dažādos veidos. Ir tā jūsu nosauktā iedalījuma sistēma, kur patiešām noteikts reģions deva noteiktu karavīru skaitu no zemnieku vidus, un tā bija tā daļa armijas, kura veidojās Zviedrijā un Somijā. Baltijas provincēs lielākā daļa karaspēka vienību bija tik tiešām rekrutētas, jeb savā veidā algotņas uz sistēmas bāzes balstītas vienības. Un tas tik daudz, cik es esmu pētījis, attiecībā uz latviešu zemniekiem, vismaz Rīgas ģenerālgubernatoram nebija uzticības ne latviešu zemniekiem, ne igauņu zemniekiem attiecībā uz viņu dalību karaspēkā un garnizonos, piemēram, Kārlis 12. piedāvāja atbrīvot vienu bataljonu, kaujas bataljonu Pērnavā un ielikt tur igauņu zemnieku zemesargu bataljonus, ko Vidzemes ģenerālgubernators atbildēja, ka tas nebūs prātīgi, jo viņi droši vien nevarēs nodrošināt to drošību.
Paldies! Vai ir vēl kāds jautājums, Miku? Laikam šobrīd vairāk nav. Tad teiksim paldies Mikum Žagatam. Tā mūsu čata sadaļā ir sākusies diskusija starp Lienu Rokpelnu un Vitāliju Varnakovu. Varbūt, Vitālija, jūs varat vēl mikrofonā nedaudz pakomentēt šo jautājumu, kas īstenībā ir diezgan būtisks par tiem avotiem. Respektīvi, kā es varbūt mutiski pārformulējot Lienas jautājumu, kādi ir šie avoti no Krievijas, kas vispār šobrīd ir pieejami, ar kuriem jūs strādājat, vai varbūt kādas perspektīvas tālākiem pētījumiem par šo tēmu varētu būt attiecībā tieši no Krievu dokumentiem, Krievu arhīviem un tam līdzīgi.
Jā, es jau rakstīju par šito lietu, bet izmantojot momentu, tomēr pateikšu verbāli. Jā, pirmkārt, kā es jau teicu, tā ir no PSRL, tad полное собрание русских летописей, tad Krievu хроника pilno sacerējuma krājums. Un precīzāk sakot, tas būtu Lebedevas хроника, kas principā paša Jaņa Bargaja valdīšanas laika mums apraksta, faktiski sakot, ne jau pa stundam, no vismaz pa katru gadu, bet tam diezgan precīzi. It sevišķi runājot par Terbatas biskupijas un Veco ordeņa Livonijas atzara meistra vizītiem. Un jā, tas ir pirmkārtam. Jā, tas būtu gan pārpublicētie dokumenti, gan arī publicētas kronikas. Un starp citu arī tas būtu līgumi. Piemēram, es jau minēju komentārus, teiksim tā, līgumus ar Novgorodu un ar Pleskavu. Arī 54. gads. Tur gan iet runa par tirzniecību, bet piedodiet, tur ir tāda lieta, ka pats cars, viņš pats personīgi ar livoniešiem nerunās, kaut vai tāpēc, piedodiet, ka tik un tā Livonijas atzara maģistrs, viņš pakļaujas tā kā teitoņu, vārds ordiņa maģistram. Tas piedodiet, titulatūra ir tā kā zeme un debesis. Un lai pleiskavējuši un novgorodieši ar viņam runājā, tik sen ar viņam tirgojas, sākot ar 12. gadsimta beigām. Un, jā, tātad, kas tur vēl ir? Jo es nepaspēju, teiksim tā, uz visu koncentrēties, bet jā, tas arī to, ko mums atstāja ārzemnieki, tātad, respektīvi, tas ir Taube un von Stadena, tātad liecības par, respektīvi, to, ko viņi paspēja paši pamanīt. Vai kaut ko arī izdomāt, teiksim tā, tikmēr, kamēr viņi pēc ieslodzījuma dienie Krievu cāram, tas arī būtu man, kas tur man vēl bija. Vesels dokumentu klāsts tur bija patiesība, nemaz nerunājot par arī Baltazāra Rusova kroniku, tātad, un viņš arī starp citu neko nemin tieši par tirznieciskiem mērķiem, vai tikt pie, teiksim tā, Baltijas jūras, jo, kā es jau teicu, Baltijas jūra tik un tā bija pieejama Krieviem gan pirms Livonijas kara sākuma, gan arī pēc tam, pēc Klusas miera līguma. Starp citu, ar šito līgumu esmu arī strādājis un ar to, ka ar akadēmiķu darbiem, kas bija vēl pagājušajā gadsimtā publicēti par šo tēmu. Jā, un principā izvilkumi no Sanktpēterburgas senāku dokumentu arhīvi, viņi, jā, principā. Ir vismaz pārpublicēti kaut vai Fiļuškina vai Pienskoja darbos, tātad, kur ir lielākie speciālisti šajā tēmā. Lūk tā.
Paldies par komentāru. Tā, tālāk tad mēs atgriežamies pie mītiskās beverīnas. Guntis Kutāna referāts. Mums ir jautājums rakstiski iesūtīts no Elīzas Dālderes Guntam. Jautājums ir šāds. Kāda ir, Gunti, dzirdat mūs?
Jā, dzirdu.
Tātad jautājums ir, kāda ir pievienotā vērtība reģiona izpētes vēsturē tieši beverīnas atrašanās vietas meklēšanai? Respektīvi, jā, cik svarīgi mums ir tādā plašākā perspektīvā šo beverīnu atrast?
Pirmkārt jau mūsdienās jau tās ir politisks jautājums. Mums ir beverīnas novads, teiksim, kaimiņos ar Raunu, teiksim, un tad, un tur jau arī tāda maza ironija, ja, kad beverīna ir atgriezusies tajā kultūrvidē nosaukums. Otrā pievienotā vērtība, ka mums vienkārši ir mazliet neērti kaimiņu priekšā, jo man ir bijusi saskara ar igauņu viduslaiku pētniekiem, tad viņiem arī ļoti būtiski ir uzzināt, kur tā beverīna, jo, ja mēs paskatīsimies vēsturiskās geogrāfijas kartas, kas ir pēdējos 100 gados tapušas, nevienā no viņām nav, nevienā ne, bet 70% to beverīnu neieliek, ieraksta autīnu, varbūt sateklu, bet pati tāds skaistākais mūsu simbols, prototips gaismas pilī, vienkārši ir kaut kur mistiski gaisā. Un, jā, igauņu priekšā galvenais un arī Krievi arheologiem, vēsturniekiem tas būtu interesanti šo jautājumu atrisināt, ka tas ir arī saistīts ar Pleskavas Novgorodas vēsturi. Pievienotā vērtība. Kas vēl ir pievienotā vērtība? Valmierai vispār jau ir beidzot jāpieliek punkts šim jautājumam, jo arī teiksim, tā nabaga Valmiera ir izrakāta krustām šķērsām, un tad arī neviens nevar pateikt, kad jābeidz, teiksim, ar Valmieru un jāpāriet kaut kur vairāk uz Cēsu pusi. Šeit nav nekāds lokāla patriotisms, es pats esmu cēlies no Rubens, no Vaidavas un dzīvoju Piebalgā. Principā man jau ir vienalga, kur viņi ir, bet kaut kas jau jādara šajā laikmetā, kad,
Paldies. Man varbūt papildus tad jautājums. Varbūt jums ir kāda doma, teiksim, no Krievu pētnieku puses raugoties, attieksim, šī sadarbība ar Novgorodas tirgotājiem, varbūt viņiem ir kāda hipotēze par šo ģeogrāfisko punktu, jeb arī viņiem tas nav aktuāli?
Es esmu piedalījies Novgorodas lasījumos pirms kādiem 10 gadiem, jā, tad man uzņēma ļoti, ļoti ieinteresēti. Viņiem nav nekāda viedokļa, bet ar Novgorodu ir tāda dziļumbumba, jā, kad tur visu laiku nāk jauni vēstures avoti. Tur rok ārā bērstāsts, un tas bērstāsts, tas ir milzīgs tekstuālais materiāls, un tur var jebkurā brīdī atrasties visādi jauni rakstu avoti. Tur ir gan lībieši minēti, gan tur lietuvieši, kas tik tur nav minēts tagad. Un varbūt, es domāju, ka tur uzrakstu, kur bija Beverīna, mēs tur tā skaidri neatradīsim, bet daudz tie tirgotāji, kas figurē 13. 14. gadsimtā šajos parādnieku grāmatās un citos dokumentos, kaut kas var parādīties. Un man liekas, ka arī, es minēju Krievu tirgotāju Timofejs Sobuļu, tad tur ir ļoti daudz šajos bērstāstīs ir personas, kurām ir iesaukas sabulas, jā, Sobuļs. Tā kā, tur var būt ļoti interesanti vēl visas tās peripētīs, jā, un jauni atradumi. Tur vēl nekas nav noslēdzies. Un tieši tas ir tieši ar Krievijas tādu raksta avotu, kas bērstāšu grāmatas saucamās.
Paldies! Vai mums ir vēl kāds komentārs, varbūt no institūta pētniekiem vai citiem sesijas dalībniekiem? Pēdējie mirkļi varam uzdot.
Man ir tāds jautājums. Jūs ar šo tēmu nodarbojaties jau daudzus gadus, varētu pat teikt gadu desmitus, jau 2. gadu tūkstoti. Tas ir apsveicoša noturība jūsu interesē. Un līdz ar to man tāds jautājums, vai jūs šo gadu laikā esat pārskatījis savu viedokli, mainījis savus uzskatus? Atsakot, kāda ir jūsu secinājuma evolūcija šo daudzo gadu laikā?
Man faktiski jau Beverīna meklē 4. gadsimtu, es esmu 2 gadsimtus šeit piedalos šajā pasākumā. Evolūcijas, es vienkārši vairs nepievēru, savu viedokli es mainījis neesmu par to Raunstanīs kalnu, jo tur īpaši nav ko mainīt, jo citu kandidātu tādu sakarīgu nav, kā es tikko tur mēģināju apstāstīt. Ko tur, faktiski es esmu kļuvis mazāk tāds uzstājīgs šo tēmu atrisinot. Vienīgais, ka es teiksim, gribās tomēr noskaidrot to, kāpēc tā latviešu nacionālā historiogrāfija nevar tikt galā ar šādu mazu problēmu. Un vienīgais, kad var uzrādīt arī to, ka to iemeslu, kāpēc mēs netiksim galā, kad ir autoritāte Francis Balodis un kaut kā, laikam nevienam neceļās roka pateikt, ka Francis Balodis, būdams eģiptologs, īsti neorientējās vēsturiskā ģeogrāfijā. Latvijas viduslaiku, un kad tās viņa kļūdas neviens mūsdienās īsti vairs negrib labot. Tas ir ne tikai Beverīna, tur ir par Iesiku, ko vēl runāt par Zemgali, bet, vienkārši, principā es domāju, ka tas ir tāds, goda jautājums atrisināt šo problēmu, jo viņa karājās gaisā un no arheoloģijas viedokļa tur nav pārāk liela izdevuma un pārāk liela darbi. Tā kā, es ceru, ka es atbildēju, progress ir, bet vairāk viņš ir tāds, kā teikt, tāds emocionāls, skumīgi tāds neitrāls, ja, kaut kā tam jābeidzās, ja, jo nekā jau šeit tāda grandioza nav. Paldies par jautājumu.
Paldies. Tad es varētu pie šī piekomentēt, ka tad šis ir tas īstais brīdis, kad uzrakstīt labu zinātnisku anonīmu recenzētu rakstu un kā saka, atjaunot šo varbūt pārāk ilgi aizmirsto jautājumu vai nerisināto, sākt viņu akadēmiski atkal risināt. Vai mums ir vēl kāds jautājums Gintam vai varbūt kādam citam sesijas dalībniekam, kas vēl nav paspēts uzdot? Nu, es skatos laikam, ka nekur neviena jautājuma vairs nav. Tad gribētos teikt, ka šodien mēs esam labi pastrādājuši. Šī 3. sesija man ir jānoslēdz, un jāsaka, ka mēs šodien beigsim un tiekamies rītdien. Rīt mēs sāksim nedaudz vēlāk, tas būs 10:00. Runāsim par dažādiem Latvijas vēstures jautājumiem. Laipni aicinu visus sekot līdzi atkal Valmieras muzeja YouTube kanālā un konferences dalībniekus pieslēgties šeit Google Meet platformā. Paldies visiem par piedalīšanos šodien un visu labu!